Well, good evening. It's March 20th, 2023. This is a regular meeting of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners. If you would all please rise and join me as we salute our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And as we always do, we're going to have like to have a moment of silence and think about all the good things we have in our lives today and how pleasant it is to live in the state of Florida. And also remember our first responders, our police, our fire, our medical personnel, and the men and women of the armed forces who protect us every day. Please, a moment of silence. Thank you. A couple announcements. We still have a vacancy in the Library Board of Trustees. If you're interested, please go to our flaglercounty.gov and apply to do that. Also, I'd like to put in a pitch for the volunteers at the library. Our library operates primarily on volunteers, and we're getting low down there. So if any of you are interested in working in the library, that would be a great thing to do. Couple upcoming meetings. Our next regular meeting of the commission will be on Monday, April 3rd at 9 a.m. And we have a workshop scheduled that day also, April 3rd for 1 p.m. We'd like to recognize the retirement of Lisa Funicello, 28 years with the Flagler County Clerk's Office. Want to come up and say a few words?
Not going to touch this. I watched the earlier meeting and he got shocked. Just thank you. It's been a very interesting and not uneventful career working here. Met a lot of nice people, a lot of nice commissioners. Actually, somebody asked me how many commissioners did I think I had worked with, so I counted, and it's 24.
Wow.
Wow.
Several county administrators, several county attorneys, and 3 clerks.
Well, 28 years is significant. That's very nice. Congratulations.
Lot.
Congratulations on doing that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We appreciated you, I'll tell you. All right. Luke, do you have anything you want to say?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
Excuse me, ma'am. I've got quite a few things to say. First of all, I am Luke Givens with the Clerk's Office, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, for providing this opportunity to recognize Lisa. On behalf of Clerk Spexley, who can't be here this evening, unfortunately, I would like to thank Lisa for her 28 years of unwavering and dedicated service to the Clerk's Office and to the citizens of Flagler County. As Director of the Board Records for our office, I'm sure many of you have had the opportunity to interact with Lisa over the years, and you know and can attest that she is one of those individuals who quietly and efficiently goes about her job. As you can see, Lisa and I have a pretty good relationship with each other. She's a true professional. And in every sense of the word, Lisa, you will be missed. And best of luck in your future endeavors.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. A picture? Does you want a picture?
Picture? So she has one
Lisa?
with us. Should get one.
Lisa, can we get a picture?
Come on
Come on up here. Come on up,
around,
yeah.
Yeah, usually.
I remember during COVID, it was interesting.
On the picnic table?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
What?
Thanks very much. And good luck in your next.
We've got a couple proclamations tonight that we have to take care of. First, Commissioner Dance is going to tell us about the Tale Teller's 30th anniversary.
Sure. Is Sally O'Hara with us tonight?
There
Come
she
on
is.
up.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. A proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners recognizing the 30th anniversary of the Tale Tellers of St. Augustine. Whereas the Tale Tellers of St. Augustine was organized and founded in the city of St. Augustine in January 1993, and since its founding, the Guild has devoted itself to the advocacy of storytelling as an art form and an entertainment medium. And whereas storytelling is a valuable method of sharing the legends, folklore, and history of historic St. Augustine, neighboring counties, and the state of Florida. And whereas storytelling embraces the heritage and oral tradition of our diverse cultures, enabling all citizens to celebrate the strength of community in the richness of diversity. And whereas storytelling fosters communication, tolerance, and understanding among our citizens of every age and background. And whereas storytelling encourages the mastery of language arts, literacy, and knowledge of history and folklore as students of all ages learn, tell, and listen to stories in schools and community settings. And whereas the Tale Tellers of St. Augustine consist of numerous storytellers from all areas of Northeast Florida, including Flagler County and beyond, and serves to preserve, perpetuate, and promote the art of storytelling by educating, entertaining, and encouraging the art of storytelling in our state. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that they recognize the 30th anniversary of the Tale Tellers. There's a little misspelling there. And encourages all residents to celebrate by participating in any scheduled activities by the Tale Tellers of St. Augustine, adopted this 20th day of March, 2023.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sally, did you want to say anything?
To the mic.
We'd love for everybody to join us and the Flagler Library as well. We do a number of programs there. So thank you again.
Did you want a picture in front of?
Yes,
If you'd all just come right here in front, that'd be great.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution.
Second?
Been moved and seconded to approve the resolution. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. Next up, we have the National County Government Month. And Commissioner, would you read that, please?
Yes, it's a proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners proclaiming April 1st through 30th, 2023 as National County Government Month in Flagler County. Whereas the nation's 3,069 counties serving more than 330 million Americans provide essential services to create healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. And whereas counties fulfill a vast range of responsibilities and deliver services that touch nearly every aspect of our residents' lives. And whereas Flagler County and all counties take pride in our responsibility to protect and enhance the health and well-being and safety of our residents in efficient and cost-effective ways. And whereas Flagler County is highlighting how counties rise, demonstrating exemplary resiliency, inclusion, solvency, and empowerment. And whereas the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners acknowledges the hard work, the dedication and leadership of its employees exhibited on a daily basis across all departments and offices within the Flagler County government. And whereas the employees of Flagler County provide a broad array of services in areas including health, human services, building, emergency management, engineering, financial services, fire and rescue, general services, growth management, innovation, technology, land management, library, parks and rec, planning, public works, tourism, economic development, transportation, and veteran services. And whereas each year since 1991, the National Association of Counties has encouraged counties across the country to elevate awareness of county responsibilities, programs, and services. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that they hereby proclaim April 1st through 30th of 2023 National County Government Month and encourage all residents to participate in county government activities and remembers that counties do rise. Can I have a motion to approve this proclamation?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the proclamation. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. Holly.
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 Names are close, easy to mistake. Holly Albanese, Chief of Special Projects, Library Director. Thank you for the proclamation on behalf of all county employees. We do have a presentation which is next on your list, so if you don't mind, I'll just move right into it.
That's all right with me. Go ahead.
All right, so this year's theme for National County Government Month, which is for the month of April, is Counties Rise. And RISE actually means resiliency, inclusion, solvency, and empowerment. Resiliency meaning serve the community as they grow and change. Inclusion means no one is left behind, so taking care of all the underserved people in the community. Solvency, making our economy stronger so residents can prosper. And empowerment is sharing resources, education, and information for the betterment of all counties. And this is National County Government Month, NACO, which does this proclamation every year, National Association of Counties. This is the theme that their president has selected this year. So throughout the U.S., there's 3.6 million county employees providing services to the more than 314 million county residents. And the counties invest across the United States more than $554 billion for public facilities, public works, Medicaid, sheriff's operations, fire protection, veteran services, parks, community centers, and libraries. And you can see from this slide that the breakdown, approximate breakdown across the country and how much they spend on the various services that counties provide. Now, for Flagler County, this is a list, and it's not inclusive of our constitutionals, but this is a list on the county side of all the services that the county does provide, that the budget goes to contribute towards. And you can, I don't need to list them all, but that's quite a few departments. This was, a lot of this information was already in your annual report, which we had a workshop about. But just to highlight a few of the things, so under awards, Bob Pickering from Emergency Management received the Distinguished Service Award this year. Flagler County received 2 NACO awards for the library, one for the library and one for Flagler Access Center. Jonathan Lord, our Emergency Management Director, won the Gary Arnold Award for Florida Emergency Management Association. And of course, every year, the Florida Association of Counties has a calendar, and they ask counties to contribute photos that may be selected to be included in the calendar. And this past year in '22, we put in one of our pictures from Michael Lagacy from Land Management. Michael took a picture, and it's on the back of your annual report of Lake Diston, and this is now on the calendar. I believe it's the '23 calendar. He was selected in '22, but the theme for that year was Keep Calm and Love Water. And so his picture of Lake Diston was selected, and it's in the calendar this year. As far as accomplishments, again, these are all listed in that annual report. But just to highlight a few, the strategic plan was completed this year, the annual report for '22, the Sheriff's Operations Center opened back in December. You had the community paramedicine entered into an agreement with Flagler Cares to aid the Coordinated Opioid Recovery County program called CORE with medication-assisted treatment. There was a comprehensive mapping of all 18 miles of coastline using the drones. And the Flagler County Cultural Council, FC3, was formed to support local arts agency. So those were some of the accomplishments and projects this year. And then some of the grants, again, another list, but this is not all-inclusive. Just wanted to highlight a few. So emergency management received some grants, over $280,000. We received from the Florida legislature $15 million in legislative priorities to include Commerce Parkway and the septic to sewer conversion project on the Barrier Island. We also received $23 million of ongoing roadway construction projects, more than $32 million towards dune projects, and a resiliency grant for a vulnerability assessment. So some of the projects coming soon include Graham Swamp Pedestrian Bridge, Commerce Parkway, Dunes Restoration, Carver Center, Southern Library, Beach and Dune Management Plan. We're working on the countywide Parks Master Plan now. Major land management plan updates, new T hangars, and new fire station. And I'm sure there's a lot more that's probably not on that list. So this is the time that I like to take a moment to appreciate our county staff and all they do for Flagler County and its residents. And I will say that, honestly, next to the National Library Week proclamation, this is my next favorite that I get to do every year, and this is my favorite part, is getting to highlight the staff. So if everybody will take a moment and just watch the rest of it as we celebrate all the staff and what they do every day. Thank you. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have a airport quarterly update presented by Roy Seeger, our airport manager, retired Marine.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Commissioners.
Good
My name is Roy Seeger. I am the Director of the Flagler Executive Airport. So at a workshop, I was asked to start coming and giving a quarterly update of what's going on at the airport. So with no further ado, I'd like to get started with that. So right now, just talking about, just going to quickly, briefly overview about the airport, what's going on. So completed projects. So since 2009, we've completed over 54 projects at the airport totaling over $60 million. And I like to point that out, $60 million is a big number. I don't have it all broken out, but the nice thing about that is only about 5 or 6 million of that was actually monies that were from the airport. No money of these were taken from the taxpayers. All the other monies, that 5, 6 million was from the enterprise fund, and all the other money came from federal funds and state funds. So you see we did 7 studies, 22 designs, 4 vertical construction, infrastructure 18, and property acquisition of 3. On current projects we got going on right now, we're replacing all the air traffic control equipment. We're started on the T-hangar construction project. We'll be starting on taxiway alpha construction. That's going to be the last piece of payment that we need to finish on the airport, and that's going to be started in, that's going to start in May. And then we're going to do the general aviation terminal apron expansion. That's going to start probably in June, July frame. We've got to wait till the taxiway alpha project gets going. And then the other thing is we got the enterprise car wash facility and parking lot. Everybody said, what's that project going on in the middle of the airport? And that's what that is. So that's actually not costing us a penny. That is being all built by Enterprise at a total of almost $900,000. And as of yesterday, that's the progress. We can see the first building going up on the T-hangars. The T-hangar project is going to be great for the airport. As you all know, the airport is an enterprise fund. So that means that we operate off all the money that we make at the airport, from T-hangar rental to fuel sales to anything we do. So again, no money from the taxpayers. We do everything that we do based on the money we make at the airport. So what's really important about these T-hangars, so there's going to be three rows of T-hangars, each containing 14 units. So that's going to be a total of 42 more hangars, which is going to be a tune of around $225,000 more revenue for the airport. But that's not even including all the ancillary things as well, such as the fuel sales, oil sales, and things of that nature. And here's a progress on the enterprise car wash going on. So our fuel sales for the second quarter in avgas, so in 3 months, we're actually not quite done in March, sold 29,655 gallons at a tune of 1,347 fuelings. But Jet A is 47,618 gallons at only 224. So the average of avgas is about 22 gallons on each airplane, and the jets is 220 gallons. So we like to really fill up those jets. So our airport lease inventory, just quick overview on that. So the airport has 59,000 square feet of office space, 127,000 square feet of hangar space, which includes 56 T-hangars. We're about to add 42 to that. 10 medium hangars, 1 large hangar of a restaurant and a communications tower. The reason I'm talking about that as well, as you'll see on tonight too, everybody, the sheriff recently moved out of the airport because he has this new location. So quickly, that was already filled. I have another business called Roberts Aviation. They're moving in as well. Right now, that's just for aircraft storage. So this is so economic impact measures. So just in 2021, the FDOT did an economic impact study, and it came out just came out in December 2022. And so what they do, they came out to the airport and they met with all the different businesses at the airport. They met with the owners. They talked about how many employees they have, how much money that they pay them, the highest paid employee to the lowest paid employee, all their equipment, things of that nature. So we talked about that. So they take all these different measures. So you got the jobs, then you have the payroll, and then it talks about the added value. And that consists of the compensation of employees, taxes paid on production imports, and gross operating surplus. And then what they do, they put all those different numbers into this model, and it comes out as an economic impact. And so this next slide shows the total economic impact that the airport has on our community. So that's so on jobs, it's 2,588. Payroll's 113 million. The added value is 234 million, and the total economic impact is $455 million that this airport brings to our community. And so basically what I like about these things, I didn't make this up. This is done by the FDOT, and also it just quantifies the economic benefits that airports get that the communities get from their airports. This was also pretty interesting too, what I thought. So this actually came out, and what you're gonna see here, I'm gonna hit this button, it's gonna start this little thing. It's gonna show you where every airplane came from in the United States coming to our airport. So as it's loading up here, you'll see it's coming in here. So the top number is going to show how many different states came in from, and I think it comes up to like 38. So from 30, well, you'll see here. Let's finish loading. So right there shows that for the unique, so from all these airplanes are coming from all these different states, all of the United States, and also from Puerto Rico and also Mexico as well. I just thought that was a kind of neat little. So out of the 50 states that we have, there's 30 we've been visited in last year by 33 of them. And this right here, our air traffic control count. So you see in January, we had 16,433, a significant uptick from the previous year, which is to the left of that number. February, 14,000, and in March, 9,742. That's actually not complete yet. We'll probably be around 14,000 operations. As I like to always remind people is that our airport is a busy airport. It is the third busiest general aviation airport in the state of Florida and fifth in the country. It's a busy airport. And I don't think a lot of you got to come out and see this, but I was, part of this project is, when we did Runway 624 was our old electrical vault, and you can see it right there. It was antiquated, wasn't environmentally controlled, constant current regulators didn't have proper separation and needed room to expand. So we did that, so we tore that down, and we moved it and built this nice state-of-the-art vault. It's environmentally controlled, has the proper separation, room to expand, actually has a hookup to run it all as well too. So what that electrical vault does, it runs all the power on the airport. It runs everything, all the lights out there on the airfield. And then you see the inside of it now. So that was the inside of what the old one looked like. Like you said, pretty antiquated there. But this is what it looks like now. So brand new state-of-the-art facility. So, and like I said, and room to expand as well. And what's really interesting is also, it really brought down our electrical bill. Our electrical bill is around $750 a month with the old one, and this one has a lot more constant current regulators in it, and it actually runs, it's about $600 a month, so, to run all that. Also, just to let you all know, the airport, we're always constantly looking for new airport businesses to come. Just as a little snapshot here, it shows all the Southeast development property we have. Always meeting with different developers to talk about different ideas of building at the airport. So right now, we have 130 acres ready to develop, quick access I-95 and US 1. It's got 3-phase underground power, water, sewer, fiber, master stormwater plan, and you get up to a 30 to 50-year lease. So we just finished, some of you were out there for Race to the Runways. We also do do lots of cool events at the airport. Back in February, we just had our 12th annual Race to the Runways. It was great. We had about 477 people participating in it. If those of you don't know it, I know Commissioner O'Brien's ran it before. I know Commissioner Hanson was out there. Oops, sorry. But basically, we shut down the airport for an hour, and we do a 5K on it. It's a fundraiser for Rotary. And the great thing about it, all those funds go to do projects right here in the community and also give scholarships to local high school students as well. And then also the next big event we got coming up, we got Warbirds over Flagler. That's going to be this weekend, coming up Saturday, March 25th. Hope you all can come here. This is previously known as Freedom Fest. Obviously we were going to do that in November, but we had to move it because of the Hurricanes Ian. So I also just kind of renamed it. So it's now called Warbirds over Flagler. It's going to have music, static military aircraft and vehicles, warbird flybys, and plenty of food and beverage and vendors. So again, gates are going to open up at 10 o'clock, and the charge is $5 for parking and no admission fee. And then, so you've been hearing about this, so in the next event will be on the 4th of July. It's called United Flagler 4th. This is a joint event with the City of Palm Coast, the City of Bunnell, Flagler Beach, and Flagler County. We're going to do the fireworks at the airport like we did last year. Gates are going to open at 6 p.m., and the fireworks going off at 9 p.m. We're going to have music and food trucks there as well. I just had to show this nice picture. So these are nice, big, beautiful Gulfstream aircraft that we had on the ramp. And I'm not going to say who owns them, because if I did tell that, we'd have a lot of people wanting to rush the airport. So, but they're all gone now anyhow. So, and then here's a beautiful picture as the sun sets over the airport, and also is the setting of this presentation. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Roy. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Roy at all?
I have one.
Yes, sir.
I know,
We still, now that we're not building the hangar, the new terminal right away, I still think we ought to change the name.
and I do have a quote on it, Commissioner, and I will have it done in the next few months for you. It'll be done.
No, I know. But I just didn't want to let it go by.
I know. I actually was going to put a picture in the quote for you so you could see that.
Good.
Roy, do we have any word on a radar system for the airport? That's still
Still
wait-
no.
Still out there.
They say they're still not going to fund it, and they're looking at different ways of, so no really good answer on that.
Yeah, it seems to me that the safety issue between single-engine prop planes and with jets landing around them would say we needed radar so we could control them better, but
Absolutely. And as
guess
you all know, we've taken this to the highest level, even got congressional, Congressman Waltz involved in it, and they still say, no money for it yet.
okay. Thank you, Roy. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Well, I just want to say, we did have a workshop earlier, and I'll probably meet with you in the next couple of weeks based on what we talked about in that workshop, just to talk about, like you said, developments coming in around you, and we've got, the statute 333, that we need to implement, so that you don't run into future problems with noise and safety and things of that nature. So we
Right.
need to work that out.
And we were
talk
working on
about
that
that.
several years ago, and then we came to an impasse on that because it was the land development code, and I agree, it needs to be done. There's a lot of airports that need to do it, but in particular, we're talking about ours right here, but I do agree that does need to be completed.
Yeah, I'll be hopefully working with staff and reaching out. I think we talked about it early in the workshop, so we worked it out in there.
Thank you, Roy.
All right, thank you.
One more. Wait.
Oh, Andy.
One of the reasons we're doing the quarterly is just to talk about all different aspects. I don't know if you left anything on the agenda for next quarter. You went through all of it pretty well. But if you could, when you come back next time, can you briefly highlight just the work that the airport does to be a good neighbor to the surrounding community?
Absolutely.
And one of the things I learned about was the agreements that you have with the flight schools. So if you can bring some information back about that, that would be helpful to me.
So what we do have, we did put in place last year or 2 years ago, the voluntary noise abatement procedures, absolutely. And I can bring those and we can put those up there and talk about them and the maps we gave them.
Save
But-
something for the next meeting.
Okay, beautiful.
Yeah,
Comes our
that's
next meeting.
exactly
Got
what
it.
I would just piggyback on that. That's exactly, the old saying in real estate law is he who owns the soil owns the heavens. And I'm just a little concerned that, with all that coming in around you and City of Palm Coast continuing to add housing and this sitting out there, that not having that zoning, that we're just putting a lot of people, we just need to talk about the noise, especially with the touch and goes and the low altitudes, and just trying to appease, who's coming in around there.
All right, happy to talk about it.
Next meeting, we'll do that. All right.
Meeting.
Thanks,
See you in
Roy.
3 months.
Thank you. It's now time for community outreach. This 30-minute period has been allocated for public comment on any consent agenda item or topic not on the agenda. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the commission. Speakers should approach the podium, identify themselves, and direct your comments to the chair. Podium is now open.
Like to be put on pause, so this could be put up on the screen, please.
He's doing it right now.
Yeah, that's the right place.
I think it's on. You just have to move that piece of paper so it lines up. Back underneath the camera
Underneath the,
where it was. Just move it over to your left and you can see it moving on the screen. There you go.
Okay. Gina Weiss, Quail Hollow Community. I am requesting a Part 150 noise study for Flagler Executive Airport. The Quail Hollow community continues to have flight school planes flying dangerously low and loud over my home as well as neighbors' homes, presenting imminent danger to our lives. I have been reporting this recently and many times for years via hundreds of emails to the county administrator, Roy Ziega, and the Flagler County BOCC. These flight school planes, as well as other planes which come in from other airports, both flight and private, performing continuous touch and goes over our homes, are taking away and forcefully stealing my 500 feet of legal airspace, as well as our neighbors, thus denying me of my 5th and 14th Amendment rights. That's a due process clause. The flight school planes are not gaining enough altitude upon their takeoffs from the runway of the direction of which my house is located due to the airport's poor strategic planning and the need for more open space for noise mitigation, or in the case of a failed takeoff. The same runway in 2005 was not even meant to be a runway. The area was planned for private hangars and parking. Because that planning failed, the powers that be then changed it for flight school takeoffs. I, as well as my neighbors, are not against flight. We are against dangerous flight over our homes. There are planes that are not following our airport's noise abatement, it's not voluntary, policies and procedures according to FAA regulations. Roy Seeger has failed to issue violations to non-compliant planes, as Roy Seeger receives grants from the FAA and is responsible for the issuing of these violations. The Flagler County BOCC is responsible for the oversight of Roy Seeger's work. Roy Seeger has to abide by the FAA compliance program, otherwise it's a breach of contract with the FAA. FAA regulations promotes aviation, but does not promote aviation that conflicts with the existing community. The FAA promotes balance, not outlaws who fly into our community low and loud over our homes. Our community is not a practice area. This is against FAA regulations and also violates Fifth Amendment rights. Touch and goes should be performed over open spaces called space buffers. This is all in the 2020 Airport Airspace and Land Use Book. There are alternatives circling over and over again of our homes. Please don't take advantage of me and the wonderful people who live in our Quail Hollow community, and to the new home buyers who are putting their life savings into buying newly constructed homes, or to the seniors who are too fragile to come here to these meetings to make their voices heard, or to the blue-collar workers who are too tired to come to these meetings following a long, hard day's work, or to others that work in our community that are afraid to have their voices heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina.
Thank you.
Next.
Hi, Jane Gentile, Youth. After November, I swore I'd never come here again, but swearing doesn't work. The airport, I'm only going to speak on that. When I was campaigning last year, Dana, our former chief pilot who retired, invited us out to the hangar where he keeps the emergency plane, and he actually started that flight, that emergency flight. And since I'm having heart surgery next week, it really is important for me as a senior to know we have these planes in good shape. I was shocked to see the hangar where the plane is kept so beautifully that the staff has a trailer on cinder blocks inside the hangar. They don't even have a sink. They don't even have a bed. They sleep on a couch. When they want to cook, they go across to the facility on the other side of the airport. Now, these are, I was hoping that the budget would be expanded so we could have pilots 24/7, which is what Chief Tucker said he would have wanted. And I fought so hard for it, and I'm sure Leanne will fight for that too. She's going to do a good job. It's disgraceful to know that if they wanted to use a sink, in that hangar where the plane sits, they have to go upstairs and climb a flight of stairs above the trailer to use the sink. How does anyone have the audacity to brag about bringing in other businesses when you cannot take care of your own, especially taking care, and this helicopter does more than transport people to hospitals. It helps put out fires. It's a great help to the sheriff with this little new ball they're getting. I keep forgetting what they call it, where they can locate the criminals running in the woods. So the helicopter has a multitude of functions, and the guys who run it, the assistant pilot is also the chief mechanic. So we know that this old helicopter, which was bought used in 1998, we know we need to replace it soon, but in the interim, don't believe that Mr. Seeger is doing a good job. He doesn't give a rat's ass about the employees who take care of the rest of us, in my opinion, and I thank you for your time. And Leanne, I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hey, I wasn't planning on, I've been.
State, sir, would you state your name, please?
Ken Johnson.
Thank you, Ken.
I wasn't planning on stopping down here. I was looking for someplace else to do this, but this is convenient. I'm down off Melicompra, and I watch all the dunes go in, and all the seeds go in on top of it. And there's one little path to walk down to the beach like this, and it isn't marked at all. It's not marked at all. People are walking all over that new seed. I see families and kids, and they don't know. I mean, in my estimation, I would have roped it in or something. There's a couple of signs there and nothing. I saw a fisherman, and a fisherman would know, drag his wagon all the way down through the middle of the new seeding. I mean, there's just no marking on how to get onto the beach net. I wanted to bring your attention to it. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, George Mayo, Palm Coast. Recently, this past week or so, they had how the county is repairing Varn Park out there. And video on the news showed that there were bucket loaders putting sand up in front of some of the houses out there. I'm sure it's separate, but I didn't know if the county is paying for any of the sand in front of the personal property for these homes. And if so, why? I can't afford to live on the beach. It's nice to live out there, but that's the chance you take if a hurricane comes. Second, I'd like to know if there's been, I haven't been here lately, I've been out of town, any update with the Army Corps of Engineers on Flagler South replenishing the sand and the ongoing lawsuit that was there with the one holdout. And third, concerning the fires out there on Route 1 that have taken place with the mulch out there. I know it was on the news that this county was going to look into it to try and prevent this. Is there anything been done, any new regulations, or what is going on with that? Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Greg Blasset, President and CEO of the Palm Coast Flagler Regional Chamber. I have to use my laptop because I wanted to share with you the unemployment numbers that just came out for Flagler County on Friday. Normally I email these to you, but since we're all standing here, I figured, well, I just talk to you about it while I'm here. So we have a 3.2% unemployment rate now in Flagler County. That's a 0.5% unemployment rate increase. And normally I would be the first one to say, wow, I'm pretty concerned about a 0.5% unemployment rate increase. But when you look at the actual numbers, what we find is we're seeing the seasonal employees no longer having those seasonal jobs, if that makes sense. So they were hired in October, hired in November. We saw, and if you go back and look at our press releases that were the numbers from DEO, you can see the increase in the number of employees, and then in January now all those employees are back in the unemployment line. So the unemployment, the number of unemployed residents is the primary reason the unemployment rate went up. When we look at the actual job numbers, we find that we did 40 more residents found work in Flagler County than compared to December of 2022. So still heading in the right direction. I urge people not to worry about the increase because it is directly tied to the seasonal nature of the of the jobs that we're talking about. The second thing I wanted to share was the real estate numbers, which just came in recently, and we'll be releasing a press release about this tomorrow. But 5 big takeaways for the real estate numbers, which is Flagler County in January of 2023. These are the data set that we're talking about. Flagler County had a $63 million worth of total volume in residential single-family real estate transactions. Sounds like a lot. That's about half of what normal is. So talk to your realtor friends, find out from them directly, but the numbers on the FCAR website say $63.1 million in January of 2023. So there is a significant real estate slowdown in terms of actual sales. The interesting part is the sales that are happening are higher and higher and higher and higher. So $366,000 was the median price of a single-family home, according to the FCAR report. So 2 big things to keep an eye on. It's taking longer for a house to sell. It's taking longer to get into contract. But the interesting part of all of it, in addition to the dollar amount, right? Because you would think, well, a slowing down real estate market really that must mean the homes are getting less expensive or less valuable, but they're not. The other interesting part of it is 3.1% is actually we have 3.1 month supply of housing. That's actually healthy. So as slow as the market is right now, we're actually sitting on what most economists expect to be a healthy housing economy. So weird kind of paradigm, but just information for y'all, and I'll share with you the press release when we put it up. But that's it for now.
Thanks, Greg. That's very useful. Thank you. Next speaker. See, when no one approaches, I'll close out public speaking. Al, do you want to tackle the Flagler Beach holdout?
Yes, excuse me. Yes, the federal bankruptcy judge has set that for hearing April 17th. We expect to secure agreement on the document that the board approved on or prior to that time.
Thank you.
Can Heidi address the mulch fires?
Yeah. Do we have any word on the mulch fires?
Not that I have an actual update, but the fires that we've been experiencing at some of those mulch pits, those properties are regulated by the state, with fire suppression being primarily provided by the Florida Forest Service. We have been called in to assist where needed. They have kept us up to date. They did bring in a pump on site to be able to pump some water to try to contain that, but we have been working closely with those state agencies to make sure that they don't need our assistance and that there's a way to potentially go back and collect, some costs for.
Yeah, I've been unable to find out how that started, but a mulch pile generates heat, so it might be just start all on their own.
And those have been in the city of Bunnell, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
And they are working on some policy legislation within the city?
I believe they have their own ordinance that covers it, but we're taking a look at that. I know that in the case of the first one that happened, Forestry had asked us to provide those cost numbers to them so that they could add them to the total so that we could get repaid for some of those costs.
Anything else? Okay, board comments on consent items. Ms. Sullivan.
Right, I think we're doing, used to be, anyway, the consent item that I'd like to discuss is 7K, and I can either pull that now or do it when you get to it, but I think it's a significant event that's going to occur. If you look at it, it concerns our establishing the Flagler County Visitor and Echo Discovery Center. I know that Amy is prepared to give us an update on that, and I think it's a significant development for the county, so I think it's worth doing a little more looking into that. That's the only one I have.
Commissioner Dan?
Ditto.
Ditto.
I was going to say the same.
Same thing? Donnie? Nothing, and I have nothing. Okay.
So
Consent items. Mr. Sullivan, you want to pull anything?
7K.
Andy?
Nothing else.
None.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent items with the exception of 7K.
Mr. Chair, make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 7K.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 7K. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. 7K, Amy, you're already at the microphone. That's good.
I have a lot to say, so hurry up and get up here. Thank you, Commissioners and Chair. Amy Lukasik, Director of Flagler County Tourism. As you may recall, our office, along with the Scenic A1A Group, was here about this time last year, requesting your support through a resolution to partner with Scenic A1A to apply for a federal funding grant from the National Scenic Byways. And this was to construct a Flagler County Visitor Center. The grant is an 80-20 match. This initiative was a result of the 2019 Tourism Strategic Plan, as well as an identified priority for the Friends of A1A and Scenic and Historic Coastal Byway. Staff has been diligently, for probably 2 years now, exploring multiple possible future locations, partnerships, funding sources, which brings us back here again before you today. However, this time there are a few key differences from last year's resolution that was approved. Number one, we have identified and vetted a location, I'm sorry, hold on one second, don't scroll, from last year. And this does not include buying any existing building and does not include the possibility of buying any land. This location is along the Heritage Crossroads Byway, which opened up the opportunity to bring in another local partner to be a part of this grant application. Another difference with the location is that it will allow us to focus and execute another strategic plan initiative, which is the development and enhancement of the county's ecotourism products. And as this timing would have it, ecotourism and trails is now a part of a priority for the Northeast Florida Regional Council, and they have formed a steering committee to address as a region how we can better improve, enhance, and develop and promote our trails and ecotourism product as a region. And with that, they formed a steering committee, which myself and Commissioner Dance will represent Flagler County. So I brought a couple of images of the proposed location, which is a county-owned parcel located south of State Road 100 and east of Old Kings Road. So I'm going to first show you the high level, and then we'll drill down. So there it is circled in blue. And here's the parcel. It's a total of 23 acres. This project is focused on the front portion, which is 3 acres. Currently, right now, that's known as the shell pit. And in the back portion, there's 4 acres. Go ahead. So with the new pedestrian bridge that is almost done, this image here shows you in relation how close we are to the pedestrian bridge and the folks that will be using that trail. Go ahead and click that link. We took the drone up, or I didn't take the drone up, our GIS took the drone up to give you an aerial image as well. You can go back to the document. All right, and here's where we are at with the site map. And again, this is to help us get ready for the application. There's a lot of check boxes in a short amount of time. So this would kind of show where the building would sit. There is a bus parking drop-off area. There is over 51 parking spaces. And there's also opportunity for lake overlook and informational kiosk, education type covered area as well. You can scroll. And this is just to show you in relation, this is all the byways. The red is the Heritage Crossroads corridor, and the blue is the A1A Scenic. And the Lehigh Trail is also a Greenway Rail Trail is also in there. Thank you. So here's where we're at with being able to apply for federal funding. Currently, we're waiting for the NOFO to be released. Last year, it was April, and the application was due in May. So the way we've been operating is pretty much assuming the same timeline to get us ready in time. But in preparation of having all of the required checkboxes for the application, we are here again with an updated resolution that now brings in the Heritage Crossroads, and we're requesting BOCC support for staff to again partner with Scenic A1A and now the Heritage Crossroads to apply for this federal grant. As I stated earlier, this grant is an 80-20, with 20% being a local match. But the 20% local match does not come from general fund. This is all bed tax money from visitors. So the visitors are paying the 20% local match. And here's where we are at with our local share. So about 3 years ago, 1.1 million was earmarked, which means we would be eligible to apply for 5.5 million. But with an identified specific location now, we do know a bit more. So with the site map, we're looking at 10,000 square feet, which includes offices. So right now, our offices, we do pay rent to our landlord, who is a businessman. We do not get friends and family rate. We pay full rate, so we pay a little over $60,000 a year for staff offices and our meeting space. So that would also be included in the visitor center. The area would also include reception, ticketing, gift shop, exhibits, interactive displays, multi-purpose event space, informational materials, and lots of bathrooms. So what we're asking also for this resolution is the ability to earmark for next year's budget an additional $500,000, which would then bring our local match up to $1.6 million. So before, that would only give us about $5.5 million to work with. So adding the additional $500,000, we now would be eligible for $8 million. And if you were to go from the high end of $650 per square foot, that's a $6.5 million building. But then there are additional costs of the de-escalation that will probably be needed, will definitely be needed for the lanes. Infrastructure, landscaping, lighting, all those costs. So what we're here today is to ask for this support, and we do have our partners here from Scenic A1A and Heritage Crossroads, if you'd like to come say anything. Okay. And then also with the pedestrian bridge, that does also allow future opportunities for connecting even more trails. And I think I covered everything. I'll take any questions.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Donnie.
So, Amy, I understand conceptually what we're talking about here, and you know, of course, it's important to promote the county and our tourism business and all our tourism partners. But I'm just a little confused on the financial side of this thing. So we have the 3 buckets in tourism. We have marketing and promotion, and then we have capital projects?
Yes.
And then the third one is beach renourishment?
Yes,
right?
this one comes from capital projects.
Right, that's what I thought. So I'm not sure how much we have in that fund now, how much this is going to take it down, what's going into it each year, you know, what's the flow going into it each year. And then, you know, thinking about this, I mean, I saw some of our tourism numbers, I mean, our collection numbers, and they're growing, and they've grown. So at what point do we get to diminishing returns, say, on the marketing side, where, you know, additional dollars we're spending don't necessarily generate any additional tourism because it's coming in anyway, and maybe we reallocate all of that? I just think we maybe need to have a discussion about that. Maybe now is not the time to do that, Mr. Chair, but in terms of the financial side of it, you know, how this relates to what our reserves are, what we have, and how this impacts it, I don't see that in this.
So we have about 3 million. In January, we had 3 million, so then you add the couple months that we've collected since then in reserves in capital projects, which is where this 500,000 would come from. And again, we don't need this money today, right now. We just want to be able to add that amount to our application just so that we can get that additional 2.5 million. The other questions about marketing, and they'll come here anyway, people don't, people don't know where Flagler County is. I know it's hard to believe that because it feels, but it's very competitive. And so we do have economic impact numbers that the marketing return for every dollar that we spend in marketing, what comes back into the county. And all of this increase is not all just by accident. It is by the efforts of our partners, of our office, and following the data that supports it.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify on the money, the 1.1 is that part of that 3 million?
No.
That's what I wanted to clarify, that the 3 million does not include the 1.1
Correct.
that's already been put aside.
Correct.
For the visitor center.
Correct.
So it's,
Does the, sorry, Mr. Chair.
No, go.
Does the TDC on a regular basis have a discussion about these three funds and how much we're collecting, you know, against your budget, what you're spending? The last time I looked at it, I don't remember that you're spending, like on the promotional side, you're not spending what you're taking in, because it's greater than that, correct?
So kind of the rule of thumb is 80-20. So 80, we've actually spent less than what we probably are allotted for part of this reason. So that, because obviously the grant is reimbursable, so you have to have cash flow. So us being fiscally responsible and conservative and tightening our belts as much as we can, this is going to allow us to do that, is because all this time we spend probably 80% of what we bring in, and the other 20% we keep in reserves. And that's just a rule of thumb we've put on ourselves to try to keep this fund healthy.
just to add one thing, as you all remember last year, every 2 years we do a capital program allocation to the most worthy project that we had come from either ourselves or the city. Last year, Palm Coast came through with the Southern Recreational Center. Even that money is not.
Correct.
We intend to do that again in '24.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And this money wouldn't affect, this effort on the tourist place does not affect those dollars.
I guess what I'm getting at is if you plan, let's just say total collections are $5 million and we have a budget to spend, we budget that we're going to collect 5 and we're going to spend 80% of that, and we actually collect 6 because we've had really strong years. And again, I'm just using an example here. That money's sitting in reserves.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
And there are some rules about how you can spend that money because of where it comes from.
But if the reserves keep growing, then we need to think about how we're on the other side of it.
Kind of a state decision how that money can be spent.
We can always use it on the beach.
Right.
Well, hence my thoughts of, at one point, do we look at how everything is allocated?
I can guarantee you I can get you a better return on investment for $500,000.
I'm not arguing that part of it.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions, commissioners? Sullivan, you have a motion?
I have a motion to approve item 7K. I'll read it. Resolution to support the Friends of A1A and Heritage Crossroads grant application to the Federal Highway Administration National Scenic Byways Program for establishing the Flagler County Visitor and Eco Discovery Center.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 7K. Open it up to public comment. Anybody in the public wish to discuss this?
Chair, may I make one other clarification?
Sure.
We will still come before you again. This isn't the last time you're going to.
This is just to apply it.
This is just to apply. We have no idea what lies in front of us. Once we get a better handle, we'll continue to keep bringing this item before you with the information. Thank you.
Okay. Any speakers?
Dr. Lynn Bravo Rosewater. I would just like to say that no advertising has yet been spent on ecotourism. We have the film that we made showing our gorgeous parks, all the things you can do there, our beaches, all the wonderful parks that are here. You've spent no money to go out to ecotourism, and I think that's going to bring a lot of money back in because we are perfectly suited to have people come in, families come in, to do this. So that's something that's not been tapped yet. So I just want to say, I think that's going to bring more money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Thanks, Greg. Hi, Denise Calderwood, citizen of the Palm Coast. I'm sorry, I don't know where I'm at. I was just reading the hammock sign. I have a lot of concerns. It sounds like you all are going to be voting to give Amy permission to spend $500,000 or at least put in a grant application for next year. And I don't think what I heard is my knowledge of federal grants, especially Commissioner O'Brien, what you had said was right on the money. And I support everything you had said, which is kind of surprising to me tonight. But anyway, I don't mean to be sarcastic. I'm concerned because my knowledge of federal grants and the way that was just presented, I have concerns, especially if the money is revolving. I love how everybody's paying attention to me without making eye contact. You know, maybe I've lost my mind as far as decorum. Thank you, Commissioner. You know, the bottom line is you all give presentations, and that should have been on a workshop. It should have literally been vetted for everybody to understand it, for the community to understand that you all are approving $500,000 out of next year's capital budget when I don't believe it's necessary. I have not researched the NOFA. I will now definitely roll up my sleeves and research it and find out what our Tourist Development Council is doing, especially since it finally makes common sense that we're putting this project on county-owned property as opposed to buying the Coastal Cloud property last year when I read it in Flagler Live that we were going to spend however much millions of dollars on the lot that they owned in Flagler Beach. And then we talked about the Bank of America building. So maybe I have lost my mind, you know, as Flagler Live has declared it. But I just think we need to wake up and smell the roses and not, you know, I protect the trees. I believe in the hammock. I support the Hammock Community Association and the scenic A1A byway. I love Flagler County Heritage Crossroads, okay? But I don't like some of the decisions that the commissioners are making very idly. And then even the statement of supporting the beaches, because that, again, is a big issue in Flagler County. And the bottom line, I want to clarify, when I just heard about the marketing or the 3 pools of money, for over 25 years, we've gone back and forth with that fund, and it seems to be a big slush fund that we can just pick and choose and use it whenever we want. Commissioner, you can make the faces all you want. I have documentation of that. But the bottom line is this. People don't know Marineland is in Flagler County, and either the Agriculture Museum, because both of them are advertised for St. Johns County because of zip codes with the mail. So thank you very much. Those are the kinds of things we need to say. Flagler County is here and it exists. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Greg Blasse, President and CEO of the Palm Coast Flagler Regional Chamber. Just wanted to come up here and share the Chamber's support for applying for this grant. Certainly, Commissioner Sullivan could speak more to it, but from what I've seen at the TDC meetings, the rationale behind this center is twofold. One is to better connect tourists to the services and features that we have in our community, and two is really to try to create a business engine with this facility. And three, there's 2, but 3 is all of the types of buildings that we're talking about here have features that highlight, you know, the idea is we would highlight, for example, paddleboarding opportunities, and then we can promote paddleboarding businesses. We could highlight, to the one lady's point, Western Flagler features or agritourism features or ecotourism features, and then we can actually connect people with those businesses that are there. To me, that's kind of the logical next step of where we would go. So hopefully people aren't thinking about this as a building that's just going to kind of sit there and offices are there. I mean, to me, and I think Amy and other people in the TDC that are really informed about this project, this is something that's going to help take tourism to the next level. And we just sat in the room earlier this afternoon, 20% of our workforce is tied to this. Like, we need to make an effort as much as, you know, I want to see other jobs grow. We still need to hold on to what's happening with tourism. And so I think this only enhances the type of visitor experience that we have, and it can also further brand our community to be one based on, you know, conservation and environmental sustainability, and that very much is the plan within that. So I think it's a great opportunity. I say go after the free money, so we're supportive of it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Greg. Next speaker.
Danny Anderson, Friends of A1A. I just want to tell you thank you for supporting this project. You were gracious enough to support it last year. And when we did not have the opportunity to actually fully apply for it, it seemed like a devastating setback. And now what turned out to be something that seemed insurmountable has become a great partnership. Not only is it the Friends of A1A and the beach side, it's also our west side. You know, we spend a lot of time talking about the beaches, and we need to get tourism over into the western side and capitalize on what we have here as our assets. This is going to do that. This is going to tie all of it together under one roof. You know, instead of being separated and siloed, this is going to bring it where it needs to be together. So I hope you will support it, and we really thank you for your support and your continued confidence in the projects and the partnerships that we have. And thank you, Greg, for supporting it. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, everyone. I am Dr. Nancy Duke, Burkhead from Daytona State, and also head of Heritage Crossroads. I want to thank you for your support for this resolution, and just take a moment to talk to you not as a business person, because I'm the last person to talk about business, but to talk to you as a historian and as a fourth and fifth generation Floridian. We need a place in Flagler County to talk about our history, to talk about our heritage. You have people coming into this county as tourists who say, well, okay, what's here? Well, have you known about the Seminole Indian Wars? No, what do we see about that? Do you know anything about the Timucuan Indians? Oh, no, how tell me about that. We need a central place where we can have people come and learn our heritage. Plus, one of the great benefits that I see for Heritage Crossroads, we use a lot of young people in our projects. We do service learning at Daytona State, and so I use a number of my students to do exhibits on some of the founding families of Flagler County, for example, or some of the, as I was saying a moment ago, the Seminole Indian Wars. You need a place for those kids to be able to teach younger people, to be able to put together exhibits, to be able to put together films that could really show people what this county is all about. As I said a moment ago, I'm fourth, fifth generation Floridian, born and raised in Polk County, Florida. And trust me, as Amy said a moment ago, when I was growing up, if somebody had said, well, do you know what's in between Daytona and St. Augustine? I would go, no, what's in between Daytona and St. Augustine? Now living here for 15 years, I know the treasures, the wonderful treasures that make up the heritage of this county. And I would simply love for us to be able to have a place, a central place, where people can also learn and appreciate what great treasures are here in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Next speaker. Seeing no one come up, I'll close public comment. Commissioner Dance.
The discussion of all this reminds me of the Garth Brooks Unanswered Prayers song. I know a lot of people last year were praying about that, the other visitor center, the other location, but I do believe that this is the best choice, and it's a good thing, I believe, that that didn't work out last time. This site has a lot of opportunities. As a trailhead to the brand new bridge, it opens up a world of possibilities for people visiting the county to gain bicycle and pedestrian access through the heart of Flagler, and with 100's improvements coming, I think, to the beach as well, by foot or bicycle. There's a unique historical component to the site, the old Moody Road, passed just south of this property, and there's bricks still within the area that have been uncovered and are still visible. And we can tie a lot of this site into the history of Flagler County and the opportunities to take to talk about the headwaters of the Below Creek and that beautiful piece of property, and additional trails heading down south to tie into the Below ruins and Ormond's trail system. So there's a lot of opportunities for here. I think this has ended up being really a gem of a site for us to take advantage of. And the site's been a working site since the 50s. If you go back and look at the old aerials, it's been a borrow site behind it for quite a few years. And nature has reclaimed a lot of the old borrow features, but it's really beautiful if you walk the area around it. And I think once we are able to showcase all that, it'll be a bright spot for the county.
Just one last
Ms.
thing.
Sullivan.
I agree with all that, and the trails, it's going to connect in, all the way from the southern part of the county right up to the northern end, which will be a tremendous asset for our ecotourism, along with the beaches and the coastline. But my last point is, on Interstate 95, from Maine to Florida, the closest point to the Atlantic Ocean is the Route 100 interchange. And so location of this site just off that interchange, and our new bicycle pedestrian bridge is ending up really being ideal, especially since we own the property and we don't have to buy the property.
Yeah. Anything else? The only comment I'd like to make is, for anyone to suggest that we, the county, operate our funding in any place as a slush fund is offensive. I have always said that the most important thing that the five of us do is spend your money, and we do it very carefully, so that we don't waste anything, so we don't do something irresponsible with your money. It is absolutely the most important thing the five of us do. So, with that, we have a motion and a second to approve item 7K. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Hearing no one, the motion passes. Thank you very much. General business. First up is item 8A, consideration and approval of the following. Third Amendment to the Construction Agreement 230101B between Flagler County and Eastman Aggregate Enterprises. Ms. Akatib.
Good afternoon. Faith Al-Khatib, County Engineer. Commissioners, as you know, we entered the original agreement with Eastman approximately by mid of December. It was related for FEMA Dorian project for approximately $3.2 million. And this project started by the end of January. We started at Malacambra Park, going north all the way to South Washington State Park. The project was approximately 6 cubic yards per foot. It has been completed, and at this time, we did amended our contract with Eastman to do project number 2. After Ian and Nicole, as you know, we had a lot of bad erosion to our dunes and beaches. We started working with DEP, with FEMA, to request some funding for protection to protect Flagler County resident and infrastructure. With that said, we received some funding from DEP to restore their dunes within Washington State Park. It was approximately $1.7 million. We amended our contract, and at this time, the contractor is working at that area. This project will be completed by the end of this week. It's approximately 4,000 linear foot, and again, 6 cubic yards per foot. That's only for emergency sand and for protection. Our plan, this is amendment number 1 to Eastman contractor. Amendment number 2, which is, as you know, we received $3.8 million from DEP, again for emergency sand. Our contractor will be relocated to Varn Park next week, Monday next week. They're going to be going south to restore the dunes within Benter's Hills area. We are anticipated for them to be there approximately 2 to 3 months. They are doing everything what they can do to expedite that project, because we know
Varn Park is really a very beautiful park, and it's critical to Flagler County resident to come in and enjoy the beaches. After that, and that's what we are here, as you know, we received additional $5 million, and it's also for emergency sand from DEP. And we are here to do amendment number 3 to Eastman to award this project to them, and it will be moving north from Varn Park all the way approximately 8,000 linear foot, and it will be within the Hammock Dunes area. Please, I would like your support and your approval for the contractor and also to amend the construction engineering inspection. This is our plan as of today. At this time, we did apply for FEMA, and we call it Cat P, Emergency Sand Protection. And based on that, we implemented or we drafted a plan from all the source of funding coming to Flagler County to restore 11.4 miles of our dunes and beaches. For this amendment specifically, we would like your approval, but it might be changed in the future. If we have to change the project limit, we will be back coming here, getting your opinion and your approval. And the reason for that, again, because we are still working with FEMA, we submitted our report to FEMA. It's under review. We are not guaranteed we'll be getting all that funding from FEMA for emergency sand. At this time, it appears we'll be getting $14 million, but if anything change within the upcoming 2 weeks, we'll be coming back to you to amend this amendment again. And that will conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Faith. Yeah, money's the key to this whole project, and you're doing a remarkable job in getting it, so we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Because we don't have to pay for it out of our taxes.
Exactly. Thank you for that. I just want everybody to know this funding is available to all the local government agency. If we don't go after it, apply and bring it to our community, some other communities, they will take it and use it. It has been, we worked on it, we requested it, and it has been justified and provided to Flagler County again for protection. When I say protection, we want to protect our roadways. We want to protect the drainage system, utilities. We do have some areas, it has some septic tanks. So what we're doing, this is a temporary measure. But in the future, as you know, we received $17 million from DEP, from the recovery funding, and they call it during the emergency legislative meeting. And we are really very optimistic with the upcoming budget, we might get some funding. I hate to say the number, but I'm really very optimistic we're gonna be getting a good number, and also working with FEMA for Cat G, and we will be getting also millions of dollars. Our goal to combine all these grant funding and do a dredging operation and to do a resilient project for Flagler County coastline. Also, we'd like to request the residents out there to be friendly with our dunes, protect our dunes, the plantings there. Please be careful. At this time, our contractor working out, they're going to be identifying some public access. We call it friendly public access to let the people know this is the location where they can go into the beach and back to west of the dunes. What we're building out there, it is approved and designed meets all DEP guidelines. We hear some comments, it's steep, but it does meet the DEP guidelines, and the funding available at this time is just to build the dunes. We are not adding any sand to restore our beaches. So with that said, I appreciate it, and if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Faith?
No,
Thank you.
Just to kind of complete the last item too, the tourism money does go to support the beaches.
Right.
But there's not enough money there
No.
to make a big difference. So what we like to have that money available for is studies, smaller projects to get things going. And we just changed the rules on that so that you don't have to come back to the TDC. That fund is there for you to use for the right kind of projects. And so I think it's incredible that we've been able to generate as much funding as we had for the current sand renourishment that we're doing. And so I think it's a great thing.
You know, one of the comment on the misuse of the dunes. We have visitors. I think. I hope it's not county residents, but we have visitors abusing the dunes right now. And then, you know, we get enough money to put sand out there. We don't have any extra money to do anything else. So I think the plantings, and I hope you're going to do the fencing, and because we'll try to steer them to places where they can get to the beach. And I encourage you to keep doing that and see if we can make it, because it's not good having a beach if you can't get to it. So we've got to fix that. So.
Actually, Commissioner, during the high tides, we don't have any beaches there.
That's right. There's no beach there.
And people, I'm sorry to say it, but people, they have to understand the erosion is not only for the dunes and also for the beaches, and has been going on within Flagler County coastline for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
So people, they need to understand the dunes, it's not for them to go out there. It's not a beach, it's a dune.
Thank you. We have a motion on item 8A?
Oh, no.
Motion to approve.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve item 8A. Open up to public comment on item 8A. Seeing no one approach, close public comment. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. Public hearings, item 9A. This item is legislative. It's an application number 3337, future land use map amendment from fixed use, low intensity, low medium density to residential, low density, single family for a 7.02 acre located east of North Ocean Shore Boulevard. Adam.
Evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Adam Engel, Planning Growth Management Director. Sorry, I forgot who I am. This is the subject property, and this is the property for this application and the next application. This one is specific to the future land use map amendment. And so here's the property. This is previously platted as a commercial subdivision. At the south, you can see the beach walk development prior to its completion of its subdivision infrastructure. You can see the plat there, but the underlying aerial does not depict the subdivision improvements. And to the north is Cinnamon Grove. This is on that east side of North Ocean Shore, west side of Hammock Dunes Parkway. Jungle Hut's at the bottom there. Beach Walk would be at the bottom of the photo. And here's the future land use, that mixed use low. Zoning in place as residential commercial, residential limited commercial, the RC zoning. Flood zone was all zone X. And soils, we have a mix. Remember that this is previously platted, and so just really providing these for reference. And then the two wetland areas that are there, well, one's just to the north in Cinnamon Grove, those correspond to existing stormwater ponds. And so that one area that we had that is at that tail end of this development, north side of the cul-de-sac, basically the northeast side of the cul-de-sac is an existing stormwater pond. And here's that plat, and so that's the current plat. This would, of course, be the subject of a replat if the future land use amendment and the PUD rezoning go into effect. And so here's that existing plat that we know as Kamek Commercial Park presently. 7 acres, more or less, 6 total parcels, including the roadway tract. This amendment changes this from mixed-use low to residential medium density, residential low-density single-family, correction. Mixed-use low allows for up to 49 units, and the residential low-density single-family will allow up to 21 units. A proposed PUD will cap that at 19. And so for part of our analysis, absent a parcel-specific limiting policy, I'm obligated to review land use amendments at their highest possible use. And so that's why we're using the 21 here. 19 will be the limiting factor here through the PUD. And so what I have here, and then also repeated in your packet, is that scenario of current versus the change. And what that shows here is a decrease in the capacity across the board. So you'll see less potential population, and then 264 less trips. So that all this, again, repeated from your packet on the transportation impacts. I didn't include all this in there because I didn't want to be repetitive, but specific to the amendment, this is from the analysis. It's included within the packet from the applicant as part of their review. And so you have that existing flume having a potential maximum of 4,642 daily trips under the commercial assumption. Proposed would be 240, a difference, a potential decrease of 4,402. And that's based on, again, maximum potential use. That's not saying that's what actually would develop. That's saying that that's the maximum based on permitted floor area, present designations with the mixed use low. There's a lot of caveats with that, but that's what we're obligated to review as planners. We do have the Scenic A1A Pride review, and that was made part of your packet. And this particular one for Hammock Park addressed both the flume and the zoning change. So I guess we'll talk more about the zoning side of it at that side. And this was reviewed by the Planning and Development Board and had the recommendation for approval. Their draft minutes were included in your packet from February, from their meeting. And we have the options available to the board. And so remembering this is a legislative application, the board does have several options available to them. You can approve it finding that the proposed amendment is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And that amendment, again, being from mixed-use, low-intensity, low to medium density to residential, low-density, single-family. Or you can deny the request or continue it to a time and date certain. We will still have to do public notice for that time and date certain continuance. And if you did take that option, we would ask that you continue it to the next night meeting, effectively a month from now. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll close, wait any questions or comments, submit my report for the record. Applicant is present with a presentation. I'm not sure if they're going to present their presentation at the flume side or at the zoning side, but I'll close. Thank you.
Adam, is this where we can talk about buffers, or is that the next one?
Rather talk about buffers at the next one with
Okay.
with a PUD.
Okay. How about tree clearing?
Same. That's
next one. Okay. Commissioners, any questions for Adam?
No, none from me at this point.
If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the future land use map amendment.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the future land use amendment. I'll open it up to public comment. Anybody in the public wish to discuss the future use map amendment? Seeing no one approach, I'll close county public comment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes 5-0. Item 9B, this is quasi-judicial. Application 3338, request to rezone from RC, that's residential limited commercial, to PUD, Planned Unit Development District, for the Hammock Park PUD located between North Ocean Shore Boulevard, State Road A1A, and Hammock Dunes Parkway. Since it's quasi-judicial, I will query the board. Any comment or any interaction on this, Mr. Sullivan?
None from me.
Mr. Andy Dance?
None for me. The only emails that came through were part of the public record. So.
All right. Ms. Pennington?
The same, only emails from the public.
Mr. O'Brien?
No, sir.
And I have none. Adam?
And for the record, I provided for you on the dais the letter from Mr. Crow regarding this application. Again, the subject parcels, the 6 subject parcels, future land use map, zoning map, flood zone, soils map, and wetlands, just for review. And the rezoning to PUD had that 5-acre minimum. We're at that, so we can check that item off. But the rezoning to PUD does require minimum of open space and amenities. PUD development agreement highlights areas of concern and importance, provides for compatibility of adjoining parcels and neighborhood. This is the intent of the PUD agreement itself. This PUD development agreement was drafted by staff based on an original submittal that may yet change, is what we had taken to the planning board. And you saw some notes that I had placed in this review. And then the site development plan approval will follow the conceptual PUD site development plan. So if you recall, the way this typically works, this is a conceptual plan. So what you have for the rezoning, you have that concept showing the general layout. This will return for a formal PUD site development plan submittal. And ordinarily, that will come in probably with the preliminary plat at the same time. They're not required to come in at the same time, but usually when you've gone through that expense after you've gotten the zoning as a developer, you'll come forward with from the conceptual to the PUD site development plan. You're then spending hard money, and you'll have the preliminary plat usually coincide with that. Again, Hammock Commercial Park, for record, already platted. This will come in as a replat when and if it does return. And then here's that conceptual plan that you had as part of your packet. And then the top portion, we asked that the applicant provide a data summary, a data table of what they're intending. This will be 19 total residential lots. You'll have 2 amenity areas, Tract A, and I believe it's Tract F. Let's see, I can't see any of it. So you have the 2 tracks at the front that are your greenway tracks, 30 feet wide, and that those may allow for signage within the portions closest to A1A. You have the existing Hammock Park lane, which is part of that commercial plat. We saw that earlier, so that's not going to change appreciably. And then the tract at the end, the stormwater tract, would then have a walking trail incorporated around it, be cleaned up, would be developed as part of the amenity package that's here. And then this tract on the north side, about halfway down, in between lots 4 and 5, I think is where it ties in, would be a dog walk. We had some discussion as recent as today about the rationale behind that. And so you can see that dashed line that's there in Cinnamon Grove Lane. Recall that this is part of the area in the Hammock zoned residential limited commercial presently, both this plat and the plat to the north, Cinnamon Grove. We require, as part of our commercial review, that there be provided cross-access easements. It's intended to keep traffic off of A1A, especially for commercial uses. We've done this with most every commercial use we've had. It's come in as a special exception. This plat was no exception to that. And if you can see, the dashed line at the south end of Lot 4, and then the dashed lines at the portion of Lot 1 running to the north end of Cinnamon Grove. The intent of both of those were not to provide secondary emergency access as much as they were to provide secondary access for purposes of keeping traffic off of A1A. Recalling that we anticipate with each of these commercial developments that it's not a future residential plat that will develop adjacent to it, but a future commercial plat. So in this case, we still have to the north that Cinnamon Grove lot that's there that I think still has a commercial entitlement. If I'm recalling correctly, it had a special exception granted on it. And so in this scenario, if these commercial lots within Hammock Commercial Park are changed to residential, that secondary access then for commercial purposes becomes moot. We did this before when we had Beach Walk to the south developed. We did not require a connection on that dashed portion running south from the cul-de-sac in through Lot 4 for there to be a cross-access. Remember, Beach Walk had its own secondary access that came out in a separate access point west of its main entrance on Jungle Hut. So they provided their secondary means of emergency access there. This development would require, through our code, secondary access as a residential subdivision. So we've got a couple of options here. We had talked internally at the TRC, and you can see, if you're familiar with this, Hammock Park Lane presently has a median in between its 2 sides of its driveway. It's in and it's out. And so in those situations, when you have a median no hard and fast rule. It's not provided within our land development code. It's been by policy. We've considered that to be a split driveway. And in that instance, depending on the numbers that you're dealing with, we consider that to be a secondary route. So that if something did happen on either the inside or the outside of that driveway, there would not need to be a secondary means of ingress or egress provided because the contraflow of traffic would just occur on the other side, is what we would figure. If that's not something that the board wants to follow this time, at the time of platting, when this comes back from preliminary plat, the board can certainly consider the waiver of the requirement for secondary access. And that's something that if you deem that it's necessary to do so, you can do so. As they've depicted it here, they do intend for the extreme northeast corner of Lot 4 to be set aside to be able to provide that link for secondary access. You can see that easement, that small portion of the corner cut out to be able to make that secondary emergency ingress egress happen. Part of the discussion we've had is that would that really be practical with all those 90-degree turns in that, and recalling that what we figured would happen in Cinnamon Grove is that that would not have to zigzag. That would actually be a commercial parking lot at some point. Again, we figured this would be a commercial development as well, and so that may yet change. But at present, the special exceptions there on its companion lot, Cinnamon Grove Lane, to be able to provide potential secondary ingress egress. And at this point, this developer has shown that they intend to meet that requirement, along with a dog walk in that portion lying between lots 4 and 5. Site development requirements specific to this PUD. We have that 50-foot width, 160 feet of depth, lot size minimum proposed at 9,800 square feet, side yard setbacks at 5 feet, 20 feet in the front yard, 20 in the rear, building height at 35, lot coverage at 45%, dwelling unit size minimum 2,200 square feet in the pervious area at 25%. Again, Scenic A1A's review and did not just consist of this letter. I believe they had some specific recommendations that were accompanying this, and so we provided all that in your packet for you to review. Just wanted to provide this here, and certainly this does require the main key point here. Public sewer is required for this. Remember, it's there for beach walk. Without public sewer, this doesn't happen. And so wanted to relay in these next 3 slides the points of contention that I mentioned in the staff report where we weren't quite seeing eye to eye with the developer. So recalling that we, as we were coming into the February Planning Board, had gone and done some edits based on the TRC comments, and we put those into the agreement to satisfy staff's considerations at the time. And so the point here, 5-foot wide sidewalk, my opinion, I thought it was a prudent measure because it added to the recreational amenity, whether you agree or not. I feel that a sidewalk on both sides of the street provides an off-street recreation area. And so we had proposed that. The applicant had come back and said, that's not part of our design aesthetic. We'd actually rather have no sidewalks. There's a limited number of lots here. There's really not a reason to do it. It's a straight shot of a road. You can see down the road in its entirety. If somebody was playing in the street, you'd be okay with it. We don't have, again, a real concern about that because it's going to be a low volume, low speed roadway. I came back then and said, well, what about just having it on one side of the street versus another? And so going back to that graphic, we had the what if possibility. If it was up to me and the board was to consider only one side for the sidewalk installation, I would opt for that sidewalk to be installed on the north side of the existing Hammock Park Lane. That would connect into the recreation pond amenity at the tail end, and then would run all the way out to A1A, connect into the sidewalk on A1A. My thinking there is that the conflict point when it connects to A1A is such that you're only dealing with exiting traffic, not entering traffic. So if I shifted it to the south side of Hammock Park Lane, I think that would be more of a traffic conflict. And so that's why I was saying north side would be more appropriate if the board opted to just have sidewalks on one side or the other versus on both sides. Offering that as compromise, our stance still, where we were sitting with that, both sides completes the recreation amenity. But certainly want the applicant, and they'll have their case to be able to talk about that design aesthetic that they're trying to achieve here by not having the sidewalks at all. Section 5.4 looks familiar to you probably because the applicant had similar language to what we had with the Eagle Lakes development. And so we had that discussion. We talked about the 5-foot setbacks and the offsetting mechanical equipment. So the bulk of this section, you'll recall, tracks fairly well with Eagle Lakes. We did add as staff the prohibition that you see there, no equipment within rear yards. Or no equipment within side yards, correction, and so that your equipment would only be within rear yards. The applicant did not find that that would meet their needs. And so they proposed striking out the portion in the parens, not within a side yard, and the word and. And so instead then would read within rear yards or a minimum of 10 feet away from any other mechanical equipment within side yards. That's the developer's alternative language that they suggested there. Then also in...
Adam, did they consider limiting it to the same side of the house?
That hadn't come up. We've had that discussed with other developments, and that could be an option. I think I'd wait for them to mention that. We had not discussed that specifically with this project.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we brought that up before.
I know,
and
this is...
It makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, it makes sense. Just tell them it's always got to be on the west side of the building or on the east side of the building, and then you don't have the problem.
You don't have the conflict. Yes, sir. So this final item, we had this come as a fire comment. We did have a meeting with the fire chief afterwards, and so you'll see some different language here that I put in the last sentence. And so the issue here was that last sentence, due to the reduced side yard setbacks and the proposed height of the homes, each single-family dwelling will need to install an NFPA 13D sprinkler system. Speaking with the fire chief, there's actually another option. There's a 13R. It has maybe a better price point. As I understand it, it uses the potable water, not an independent water source. 13D would have to have a separate, unique sprinkler source for its fire water supply. And my understanding is on 13R, it's run through the potable meter. And so that language then that we would propose would be due to the reduced side yard, proposed height of the homes, each single-family dwelling would need to install an NFPA 13D or 13R sprinkler system. Do need to submit for the record, this is unique for us. We don't have a requirement in the building code for this. This language, to me, comes directly from the Florida Fire Prevention Code, and this is a unique world where the fire chief, fire marshal, fire department, as the agency having jurisdiction, has dictated this requirement. And so where the building code does not require this, where I have a 35-foot high building, just need to emphasize that. This is not a building code requirement. This is a fire requirement, and I believe the chief's correct in saying that this is something that he would propose as a safety measure, owing that you have the two situations that are out there, 5-foot side setbacks and the height of the buildings as they're proposed presently. And so I just want to make sure you know that it's not something that's in building code. It is a request being made consistent with the Florida Fire Prevention Code. And so with that, hitting on a few of the high points, certainly we can talk more about the agreement itself, what's provided within it, but have those options available to you. The planning board did hear this, did make a recommendation for approval. You had the draft minutes included in your packet. And so you have those three options: approval with the conditions that the development agreement, then whatever that text ends up ultimately looking like, that they'll follow that development agreement, and that the development agreement and the rezoning not take effect until the future land use map amendment ordinance takes effect. And so you remember, you always have that precondition with the land use first, then rezoning will take effect. Your second option here being denying the request, and that would be on the finding that it's not consistent with the comprehensive plan or the land development code. The final option being continuing this to a time and date certain. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll close. Wait any questions or comments.
Sure. Just to, the first one that comes to mind is when you look at the requirements for a PUD, one of the things is it's going to create something unique or something special. And I don't see anything on this development that's unique or special.
There's language in there about reusing a site as well, about the reuse of a site. And since this has been kind of an old commercial subdivision that hasn't worked, I believe that's the component where the PUD works.
We did have, and I think the site data table demonstrates that you do have that precursor 25% open space
Right.
set aside. And I understand the debate. We've likely even had it here in other meetings about whether or not your stormwater system constitutes a legitimate recreation amenity. We have called for in the past having some amenities added to those facilities.
Right.
Then
That was my next point on that one, is
Yes,
let's
sir.
have some benches and picnic tables and a covered area, just at a minimum,
Yes, sir.
And we can specify that when we do this,
We
right?
certainly can, and we have done that level of detail in the past.
And if you're going to, just might add, you need to be specific, because this is the only time we get at the text of the PUD, so.
Yes, sir.
So we need to include that. And we can decide on the specifics later. On the 30-foot barrier, do we require 80% opacity?
We wrote that in. I think we had said within 5 years. I don't have the text in front of me. It was either 2 or 5 years, but we had required the 80% opacity to be reached. And then if not, then it needed to be augmented with native vegetation. That we had some language previously about ornamentals. We've taken that out. We want native.
Native. How about the trees? We're going to have a tree survey?
Yeah, we're going to have a tree survey at preliminary plat. You saw Mr. Crow's concern with us putting in the building footprint. We were attempting to foreshadow what we're intending to bring to you as part of our amendments to the tree protection regulations. I'll just acknowledge what Thad said in his letter. It's what it is. If you want to strike it from the building footprint, you're certainly able to do so. But we've just felt as staff that that's been problematic for us because of heavily treed parcels. This one, not unlike the others we've seen, and you can see from the shadows and my knowledge of the site, that as we get deeper into the site, you can see the shadows there. I think it's more piney there. Closer you get to A1A, it's more hardwoods. And so you're going to have those closer lots are going to have more of that 6-inch or greater hardwoods than those closer to the west, closer to A1A, are going to have more of those than the ones to the east.
Is this development going to require feet of fill?
No, I don't anticipate that. We did talk, and there were some comments, I think, that were made about, we had put in some language about stem walls, and they were encouraged. We were doing that so that we've still been hesitant to require them because it's been something we've gotten a lot of opposition on. Stem walls are good for us because they don't require much fill at all. We want that phrase that pays for us, a minimum amount of fill necessary to achieve positive drainage. With each of these, they should end up being high-backed lots that'll drain forward into the street, come into that central system, then drain from there to the pond is what should happen. If you've been out to the property, you already know there's some basins all along the right-of-way, and so that's what we anticipate to happen here. But whatever is needed then, as far as fill to make that happen, would occur. We stopped short of requiring stem walls, but we did put the language as encouraging, and so certainly y'all can talk more about that. But and I think the developer may also want to talk. When we had that discussion, as I recall, at Planning Board, they were presenting in the affirmative that they intended to at least do most of the lots on stem walls.
There's no, I didn't see any requirement to establish a drainage system. So that's something that always bothers me. I mean, if you're saying that the water's going to drain to the road and the road's going to drain to the pond, but maybe we should put in a drainage system like it's in Marineland, with actual pipes and.
This little difficult. This does have that already in place, and so as part of the commercial plat, we've got the. Wish you could see it here. That there are the curb inlets are present, and so they're there already.
No pipes underneath them.
The pipes are underground. Yes, sir.
Wonderful.
And so, important part here, we don't know how much maintenance has been done on those in the meantime. They would potentially need to re-permit the system through Water Management District. We would anticipate the HOA would continue to maintain the system. Evidence that we've seen indicates that the system has been maintained. It does look like it's there. Certainly, there will be more runoff potentially once the homes are constructed on the property. But best we can tell right now, we're in pretty good shape with the system that's there.
Right. On the subject of sidewalks, I think sidewalks on both sides would be my vote. You talk to the people that have children hit by cars because there were no sidewalks, and, you know, that's just a terrible thought to even think about. And that's how it happens. And to say that it's a single road and they're not going to be speeding, go talk to the people that live on Malacompra, go talk to the people that live on the new paved streets, and the drivers are going 30 plus.
Yes, sir.
So I think that's a specious argument that they're not going to be driving fast, so we don't need sidewalks. I think that's a lot of crap. I think maybe sidewalks on both sides, and that's not my vote, I'll leave it to my commissioners, but I really think we ought to do that for the safety of the kids, nothing else. So, commissioners, any comments
I'll hold till the later.
later?
I do. I have some comments.
Okay.
So Chief Tucker, I know Chief Tucker's here tonight. I did have some questions and maybe just some updates in general that he gave me today. We have an interlocal agreement to fight fires with the city of Palm Coast, and my concern at first was the cul-de-sac. Were they able to, radius-wise, get in and out down there? They did send their biggest truck in today, and they were able to navigate the cul-de-sacs safely. So that was not a concern. You were talking about the mechanical equipment to be placed in the back of the property because of the setbacks of 5 foot. At what point, and we haven't heard from the applicant about their feelings on the 13R sprinkler system because of those setbacks. At what point does the recommendation or requirement, I should say, for the sprinkler system go away if the setback was changed?
You're talking about the 5 foot.
Right, the 5
Yeah,
foot,
5 foot.
yeah. Is it 7.5 feet? They no longer require a sprinkler system, or the items can be set in the side yard at a different setback?
I'll probably defer to the chief on that because it's kind of unplowed earth for us. And so I think that, it's whatever I would,
Wants to come up, or?
yeah, say it's kind of the comfort level of what they're looking for there with the language. And I know the concern was the combination of both the 5 foot side setbacks and the maximum total height.
Yeah, and that was my other question, was with the ingress, egress, and the 90-degree angles that it takes, are the trucks able to cut the 90-degree angles into that? Is that really what the ingress, egress is going to look like? And is the applicant looking for a waiver on that?
I'll let them probably answer that.
Well, yeah, I didn't see any plan in there to actually cut that road through the northern piece, right?
Yeah,
It's not, they're not going to make that a road. That's not happening.
Well, that's where I think they would be, correct? I mean, there would be option, went through the options. That's the option for the secondary.
Yeah, so
Are they looking to make that a road?
What we had anticipated before was that would be the dashed line running through the parking lot is what we were figuring all along. And that was when this was proposed, if I'm recalling correctly, that the lot to the north was going to be a bank. I think was what it was intended for, at least we were going through the site plan approval process for that. And so that roughly there was going to be one drive-through lane, and then the rest would end up being some hardscape is what we were figuring. We, if I'm remembering correctly, which I may not be, but the dash line would be more prescribed, more the recognized legal path, but that it would be a path that would run through some proposed hardscape is how that would end up ultimately aligning. So all that being said, you've got the 90 degrees here within this plat that would make it problematic, remembering that this was also intended to be a commercial plat. And so I'd contend the same or similar situation here, that we didn't anticipate anyone, even somebody in their own personal car, having to go down a 24-foot wide travel lane that would span the entirety of that, because it's only 24 feet wide, and then having to make that left-hand turn, or even doing that at speed. I mean, that doesn't make sense that you'd be able to do that.
The language in the PUD is requesting a waiver in the PUD
Yes.
language. So it's in the PUD already as a waiver.
We just don't think it's possible.
Final comment as we wait on Chief Tucker on the mechanical equipment and is the 30-foot tree buffer that they're discussing. I know that's what was prescribed up at Jungle Hut, and I can still see the housing in between that.
Should be 40 feet.
Yeah, and I noticed that the Scenic A1A Pride is saying 30 feet landscape buffers will be enhanced if necessary to completely shield the homes from the view, is what they're, so is that the 30 feet we're guaranteed not to see the housing? Are we confirmed of that, or, I mean,
With
there's a-
35,
are we really
It's a
protecting?
five-year, it's a five-year.
The 5 year to grow?
with 35 feet height, you're,
right.
and with 5-foot side setbacks, you're still going to see portions of the home that, you know, realizing that, you know, and what the applicant had presented previously. You can see some of it here on the graphic. You know, there are some trees that are within the right-of-way that are adjacent to our sidewalk. Our sidewalk also, as I recall, is pretty close to A1A's right-of-way, is what I'm remembering. But they're contending that there's still some level of vegetation that's there. You can see the canopy, especially on that south tract that's there. And so that what they had said at our planning board was that there's some existing vegetation that's within the right-of-way outside of the limits of the plat that would really kind of add maybe 33 or 35 feet to that. I'm not sure if that's something that I could rely on with some certainty, but I can tell you, you can see the canopy that's there. And I do believe there's some old growth trees that are present. I hadn't looked at them personally, but in the end, 35 feet height, 30 feet of depth with the vegetation, and we're planting for some level of opacity. The best we're going to hope for probably is maybe 8 or 10 feet that's going to be opaque. Beyond that, you're going to see the homes above that buffer.
The Cinnamon Grove Lane development, that looks like all personal homes, correct?
Correct, except for those two lots that are there adjacent to A1A. As
Yeah.
I'm remembering, those two were intended to be commercial.
Okay, thanks.
Can I add a point on the buffer?
Sure.
Obviously, the bigger the buffer, the better, but
Right.
we've set, you know, we've put ourselves in a bind because we set a precedent immediately adjacent in Beach Walk. So the opacity language is good, and the only other positive is in making the stem walls mandatory. The stem wall construction should be less intrusive into the site. The problem with Beach Walk is they clear-cutted all the lots, so right up against the buffer, everything is cleared, which hurts that buffer because it's open to all the elements in the wind. And if we keep canopy on these lots, which the stem wall construction should do, there should be more of a cohesive canopy, at least amongst the lots. So my hope is that with the stem wall construction and saving some additional trees, we'll have a little bit of we'll have a better look than we did it. The only other possibility is keeping those front two lots to 2 stories instead of 3, but it's limiting the height issue.
Could I just get a clarification on the stem walls? I think you said it's not a requirement, but the developer is saying they'll probably do it.
That's what I recall, and if, I'm remembering a couple of key points, and I like where you're heading, Mr. Chair, if I could, Mr. Dance, because remember, we had done that at the parcel behind the sales center where we had those be stepped down there in Hammock Dunes. Can't remember the name of the project right now, but that was we
Right.
had those first two were stepped down to have a lower height possibility. We hadn't talked about that before, but if I could, I think the Cinnamon Grove homes that are there are by the same representatives, Mr. Davis and Ms. Gregory. And so I'll maybe look to them because you can see the tree cover that they tried to keep. And I think this came out at both TRC and Planning Board. I'll let them speak again about it, maybe the applicant more directly, but that they intentionally were doing the stem walls, I believe, in Cinnamon Grove to maintain the trees. And so I think you can see that there, that this isn't the typical cookie cutter, throw the oak tree in the front and call it done, that you've got a good bit of existing tree cover, I think, on the stuff that they've done in Cinnamon Grove. But I'll let them confirm or deny what I just said.
Well, those are much wider lots, too.
That's true. That's true.
50-foot lot, the limits what can be saved on trees.
And again, once we hear from the applicant, I'm interested in changing the language from encouraged to mandatory.
If we could just hear from Chief Tucker real quickly, just
I would agree with that.
about the mechanical equipment.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Yeah, obviously, when we get buildings that begin to encroach upon each other, our issue, for us is one, response. because when we've got to respond to these structures, they're already, fire is already an issue. So the issue for us is defensible space, to keep fire from moving from one structure to the other, to create space where firefighters can safely operate between two structures, that are, imposed upon fire or threatened by fire. And then the third thing is the issue of, of movement of equipment, in and amongst those, i.e. the ladders. So when the buildings become very tall, they become very difficult for us to safely get ladders at proper angles for firefighters to move up and down. So the idea behind the request, for the sprinkler system was to try to minimize the potential for fire to occur in a home. Sprinklers have proven to be very effective, in keeping firefighters and occupants safe. So the rationale behind the request is to try to because we don't have that level of defensible space for the firefighters to safely operate between those structures and to keep fire from transmitting from one structure to the next, is to try to stop the fire while it's inside the home, and small. So that's the basis for the request. Obviously, it is an area that, that may take a lot of other thought, in consideration, but this is the request on our part is for these, for the sprinkler system to be in place, if possible. So that's, I'm ready to answer any questions that you may have specific to the property.
So having the sprinkler system, does that offset putting mechanical equipment in the side yard, or is that in addition to putting in the rear yard? It's because of the 5-foot setbacks, right?
The 5-foot setback is a major driver.
And because that alone would trigger the sprinkler system request.
And the height as well.
And the height, okay. And so what's the thought on the mechanical equipment remaining in the side yard if you have a sprinkler system?
Well, anytime there's equipment in the side yard, it minimizes our ability to, to navigate and to work.
What is the setback requirement? Essentially, what's a good setback to eliminate a sprinkler system requirement?
We're comfortable with 7.5 feet setbacks.
Have any questions for him?
No, in a perfect world, I think we would be utilizing the chief's expertise. But again, we're in a bind where we have approved numerous developments with the same setback at 3 stories, and we're putting in legal terms, an undue burden on a particular applicant for no specific reason. And this can be fixed in the land development code, and it could be, from our earlier discussion, one that we look at without waiting.
Change, yeah.
But and then we get to hear the statistics. We get to hear about instances where fire spread throughout a subdivision, or where firefighters couldn't properly put equipment. But I have such a dilemma when we are faced with really good ideas on issues that we've approved in the past, and it puts us in a liability position because we can't define why we're instituting that on this particular project. And it's problematic. It's not the way I like making decisions, but we're one way or the other, we're stuck.
Yeah, and the word requirement was tossed around, and I don't think it is.
But
a requirement to put a sprinkler system in the house.
Not in the building code.
No. So, we have to watch that word. We can't use that word. So.
And I would like to do even alternate setbacks. Do you need the 15 feet? Do you need, if you had a 3-story building, can you do a 7.5-foot setback if they elect to go 3 stories? And then a 5-foot if they keep it at 2?
The 5-foot setbacks, whether it's a 2 or 3-story, is problematic, for us.
But you're not suggesting fire suppression for a 2-story with a 5-foot setback. So my point being, this fire suppression, if they elected, if there was an option, if there were multiple setbacks depending on how high you built the house, if they opted for 7.5, you're okay without suppression.
That would definitely be a better option.
But we have not implemented that on we've not made any other applicant do that in the past either.
From what I understand, you're correct.
Right. So those are things we fall back on when
Right.
we have the land development code to back us
To
up
back
on
us up.
those.
You know, you could, maybe the middle ground is it require the developer to offer it as an option on the house. And then let the,
We haven't heard
let
from
the,
them yet.
let the, whoever's buying the house make that decision. Yeah, I think I'll have sprinklers, and then they pay for them. So, I don't know, another option. Thank you, Chief.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate you coming up here. Anything else, Commissioners? Or does the applicant want to speak?
Well, I've got a couple in here that I'll talk about as he's coming up.
Okay.
We talked about the language for stem walls from encourage to mandate, because there's so much tied to it. They even have the fact that they're mandating roof gutters will be required because of the stem wall. So there's language in there specific to stem wall, and I think if it's mandated instead of encouraged, everything else ties into that fact. Then tree canopy can be saved more efficiently. I think we need to identify the amenities that for passive recreation. I mean, if we need to specifically say the walking path encircles the pond, or there's a bench for every 100 feet or 200 feet. There's a shade. There's a shade structure or something. It has to be specific, otherwise
it won't
it's
get
not
done.
going to get done.
It won't get done, yeah.
And
I agree.
I agree with the sidewalks being both. I don't think you can prove ADA accessibility to the recreation area if there's no sidewalks. We talked about the buffer, emergency services. We've allowed people to do the 10-foot offset on the side setbacks before, multiple times.
Oh, yeah, for the equipment.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
I remember Mr. Chairman, the idea of alternating, you put the equipment always on the same side.
Always on the
That-
same side.
That helps a little bit
It
on the
helps,
fire thing,
does.
because they don't have to,
Yeah.
do a zigzag to get through there.
And the only other one was I think it's already, correct me if I'm wrong, but the tree survey, a preliminary plat will be included for all index trees. I think somebody said oaks, but I would prefer all index trees.
Index trees, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Adam asked me to use this. It's better. Michael Shimento for the applicant. Thank you all for your time today. We've been at this for about 4 or 5 months, simply because this was a subdivision constructed, 10, 15 years ago. So the name of the project is Hammock Preserve, the cottages. As Adam told you before, this subdivision was approved over a decade ago and was actually installed for a commercial subdivision. To answer your question, the stormwater system is already in place. It'll need to be modified and reapproved by St. John's Water Management District, and there'll need to be some modifications, obviously, for connection from.
Is that something you're going to do?
Yeah, yes, sir, yes, sir. That's required not only by the county, but by the state. So, it's sitting there vacant for some time, and the owner, who is here tonight along with the builder, to answer any questions you have. I think, did our engineer make it? Did not? But we may not need the engineer. So this is the project that we asked to convert the existing commercial subdivision into a residential subdivision. As Adam said, the comprehensive plan, now that it's adopted, allows for 21 units, and the proposed plan is for 19. We talked a lot at A1A Scenic Corridor about the buffer and the importance, and this is where, we're on the same page. Not to sound silly, but we don't want anybody to see in, and you don't want anybody to see in, and we don't want to be able to see out either. We want it to remain exclusive. So the buffer to us is very important also. As Adam had suggested, we went out there and looked, and I wish I had a better diagram for you, but it does exist. You can see that the edge of our property is probably about 10 feet to 12 feet behind the edge of the sidewalk. And in that area, you all have anywhere from 5, 7, 8 feet of existing trees, shrubbery in your landscape, in your right-of-way, and then on top of ours is 30. So we estimate that the buffer will actually range from about 33 to 38 feet, depending upon where you stand. In addition to that, we also want to add vegetative natural buffers in there so that we have 80% opacity. We'd love to make it 100%, but I don't know that we can ever guarantee it's 100%. So our buffers are very important to us to remain dense so that the exclusivity and communal nature of this subdivision goes on. On this project, you know, as part of the PUD process, we have to have amenities that are greater than straight zoning. And so on this project, we have actually about 20% of the project will remain in recreation and open space. Our track in between that we did ask for a variance, and we'll go a little bit more about that, that used to be that cross-access easement between all the commercial parcels to keep traffic off of A1A when it was all intended to be commercial. We've asked to abandon that, and in response and in place of that, we're putting our dog park, our community garden, but also if you notice there, one of the community benefits that we're doing is we're connecting to water and sewer. So water and sewer is right there at Jungle Hut. We'll bring water and sewer, or really the sewer, to our spot, but we'll also be connecting, as you can see, at the north side of the dog park area. There's an existing lift station there to serve Cinnamon Grove, and we'll be connecting to that so that Cinnamon Grove's portion of their discharge will then go directly into the sewer for the city of Palm Coast. So not only are we taking our lots and our community off of sewer or off of the septic, but we're taking Cinnamon Grove off of the septic also and putting them on sewer. As far as the amenity around...
I hate to interrupt.
Yes, sir.
Those houses that are already on the Cinnamon Grove side, are they on septic?
They're on septic, yes. They have a drain
They
field.
have to- they'll have to-
They're not connected to sewer.
They don't have to.
They won't have to do it.
They don't have to hook up.
All right.
So we'll be connecting those. As it relates to the pond, you can see in this area here, that's about 2 acres almost, or an acre, 1.6 acre parcel. So that'll all be cleaned up. We'll put a walking path around it. I know you want some specific on as far as amenities in that area, Mr. Dance and the rest of you, and that's fine, what we can do. We can talk about that in just a minute. But the intent is to have this, you know, close, quiet, close-knit community of 19 homes with their own amenities that are passive. We call it a contemplation garden or whatever the term du jour may be, but we intend to do that also, and that's part of it. This is the kind of the product that the developer and builders have been doing in the hammock for many years also. You can see they're coastal in nature. I'll let you read that for just a minute. You have that in your handout that I gave you. We won the Parade of Homes in 2019 for Palmetto Cottage. And again, these are some of the products that we've done before that are on stem wall. So you can see we're really push to keep the ground natural so that we don't have to clear and fill like the subdivision to the south of us, as you properly put it, Andy, or Mr. Dance, and we try to keep as many trees as we need to. It just adds to the ambience and
Mike, those
character of the-
examples don't look like they're on 50-foot lots. I mean, they look like they're big.
Well, it's...
Just a comment.
Yeah, the 50-foot lots accommodate, you know, the 35-foot to 35-foot to 40-foot wide home. These are some of the interiors that we've done. So you can see it's quite high-end. This is an example of a house that we would put in back to Hammock Preserve in the plan. So we've already done the comprehensive plan to allow for this, and we've asked for the PUD to be approved. Talk about a couple of things. The tree portion of it, we originally took the language that you all approved on the project by Mr. Belshey up at Marineland, and the language inside the PUD now was proposed by staff, and we're fine with that. So we're willing to work with you on any tree protection language that you may have for each one of these lots, because again, the goal is between us that we want to save as many trees as possible. The fire protection issue came up oddly enough again. If you recall when we did Eagle Lakes in the summer, fall of last year, we had probably 10 hours of meetings. And during those meetings, we had a significant discussion about 5-foot setbacks and the issues that Mr. Dance raised before about we have allowed it for many years. And if you remember Eagle Lakes, the project before us that was approved. So we went through the language, we being the developer and the county staff for about a month, drafting language that the county commission adopted addressing this 5-foot setback issue. And so rather than reinvent the wheel again and go through this whole discussion again with fire chief and staff and all this stuff, we cut and paste the language that you all had when we did Eagle Lakes. And so that was modified by county staff, and in part of that, they put in this requirement for sprinklers. So we went to other jurisdictions. Other jurisdictions don't require fire sprinklers in homes. Just doesn't happen that way. Now, I think one of the things that happened is that Adam did suggest that in our land development code and in our building code, that's not in there, but in the fire department code, they have different ideas about how to apply sprinklers. So we recognize that. On Eagle Lakes, the issue did come up about, having access in between the homes, and we had the mechanical equipment, the AC mechanical equipment would be staggered, so at all times they would have 10 full feet to get around in there. And we also had in the Eagle Lakes that the power supplies, the extra power supplies would be in the back, right, the generators and the fences. So I thought we had that tied up and locked down with the county commission on what they would approve. This language is a little different, so we'd like to go back to that. But there was a discussion here, and we talked about it with the client, and we may need to take a little break and just have some caucus amongst ourselves. But what I heard from you all is that with the 5-foot setbacks, if we go to 3 stories, that mechanical equipment would be required unless we went to a 7.5-foot setback, or 7.5-foot setback. And I think that's a happy medium, and I think that's certainly something that we can accommodate. We talked about it briefly, and while we discuss it more, my client can talk about it. So it's really this issue with sprinklering houses now as a new way of doing business in Flagler County is quite difficult. It adds significant expense to the homes, plus it hasn't ever been done before. It's not part of the building code. It's not part of the land development code. So we'd like to get rid of this requirement by staff to require sprinklers in homes. But I think if we can get to that discussion that we just had, or you all had, about an option, I think that can resolve that issue. So I think that kind of addresses most everything that we heard from you. If we wanted to talk about specific language, we can certainly get into it. There were a couple other items that I wanted to address that I became aware of. So the discussion about stem walls, we can certainly do stem walls, and encouraged rather than, you would like to say mandatory, correct? We can accommodate that. The stormwater pond, as identified, is a requirement. That's part of St. John's. And we can talk about specificity of amenities around the stormwater pond, that we can get into that. The setback issue we talked about, and the buffer we talked about, emergency services we talked about. And I think I addressed everything that you all are. Sidewalks. We felt that, sidewalks on both sides of the road took away from that natural feel. But if it's a requirement of the county, then, we'll go ahead and do that. I recognize your concern about ADA compliance with having access to the amenities. I assume that you're right, given your background, so we would have to address that anyway. So we'd like to have it on one side, but if the commission is, required on both sides, we'll have to talk through that with the client also. So tree survey, we have a tree survey, Mr. Dance, and that's been provided, but we really haven't gotten into locating homes on each site and stuff. And one of the things that, people talk about 50-foot lots, also note that these lots are much deeper. They're still large lots, they're 9,800 square feet. So the reason we did it this way, one is to accommodate the existing plat, but we also felt that having them deep and narrow, we can now move homes forwards and backwards to adjust around the trees and setbacks and things like that. I mean, it's not going to be, as you saw in the subdivision to the south, where everything is cleared, and then a production of homes, and then one tree up front, that project, that type of project. These are much more custom, as you can see in the prior developments, and in the developments that they've already done in the hammock. So I'll pause there. I know public comment is here. I can answer any questions you have now, or we can reserve and address the public comments later on and get into some of the specifics afterwards. But I'll take any questions you may have right now.
Commissioners, any comment?
You mentioned, Mr. Chimento, you would be willing to confer about 7.5-foot setbacks with your client?
I think where we're at, and we'll go back and talk while the public's talking, is this issue about mandatory sprinklers we can't accommodate. But if I heard the chief right, and what was discussed is that in the event homes go to 3 stories, we would either go to the 7.5-foot setback or sprinkled. We kind of talked about it very briefly, but after hearing you all talk, we'll go back and caucus about that issue.
Something Mr. Dance brought up, though, for you, we have never imposed a 7.5-foot setback. We've gone through all of these discussions, and we ended up with 5. So, I don't know.
They're volunteering.
They're
so don't
volunteering.
cut
They're
them
volunteering.
off.
No, I won't cut them off.
Well, no, not volunteering. He's asking
I
to
didn't hear him
discuss with his
volunteer
client.
that. I didn't hear him
And
volunteer
honestly,
that.
I mean, at some point, we will move towards it, obviously, in the code, I'm sure,
Yes,
to
we will.
cover it. But I think that, any goodwill to go towards protecting our fire service.
Of course.
Would be appreciated.
Mr. Hadid, I'm not sure on the procedure here. Should we let the public speak, or should we, do we have to have a motion and to let the public speak?
Mr. Chair, you can do it either way.
All right, well then let's open it up to public comment at this time. Anybody in the public who wishes to discuss this, please come forward, state your name, and make your comments to me.
Okay, thank you. Robin Pauletta, Halifax Plantation. It looks like a beautiful development. I can see a lot of consideration has gone in. I have a question for, maybe Adam can handle this. Could you bring the plat? Oh, thank you. My question is, I've seen in other jurisdictions where there's like a 0 lot line on one side, so that instead of having the house in the middle, excuse me, I've got a cold, they bring the edge of the building over so that maybe it's 4 feet or 3 feet to the property line, and then the next house does the same thing. So you end up with a wider space in between the homes, greater than 7 of the 15 feet or the 10 feet that you're aiming for. It's just a thought. Plus, as Mr. Chimento pointed out, with the lot's depth and depending on the trees, the houses wouldn't be lined up. I mean, we're talking about a custom home development here. My concern is that a tree survey isn't part of this initial application. And we've seen, I'm not suggesting that this is going to happen here, but I think it's an important step when you're going from an RC or any other prior zoning to a PUD, that specimen trees be identified from the outset, not later on after the PUD has been approved and da-da-da-da-da. You need to know where those are, what kind they are, what is their age, what is their state of being. Are they healthy? Are they worth keeping, or are they worth preserving? Because once that 300, 200-year tree is gone, that's 200 or 300 years that we're wiping out. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Didn't you say they had a tree survey?
Yeah, and this is a reuse too, so there, obviously, I recognize the comments on new development. This one being a reuse of a previous plat is a little bit different, and in that the main infrastructure is already there. So now it's a matter of where do you place the house, how far deep to avoid the trees. And we'll get a tree survey if it's already been done, but it's part of the building application. They have to submit it.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, members of the commission. Dennis Bear on behalf of Hammock Civic Association. Got a couple comments. I try to stay within the 3 minutes. I didn't request party status before tonight. I was not involved with the planning board. One comment on the issue of sidewalks that you may want to consider. I'm no traffic expert. I'm no ADA expert. But traffic calming devices like speed humps or something like that may slow down the traffic and negate. I'm concerned about losing more trees, but I'm more concerned about protecting children and things of that sort. So maybe there's some other way that could get worked out. The main issue that the Hammock Civic Association has is the language concerning the trees. Now, the Scenic A1A Pride Committee basically requested that 40% of the existing index tree calipers be preserved on a lot-by-lot basis. So that was, part of their approval. I'm concerned with the staff comments about, well, there's going to be a hardship here if they have to or protect the trees or otherwise mitigate for the trees that are in the footprint of the home. From my perspective, with all due respect to Mr. Mengel, I think that's a dangerous precedent because your existing code requires that be considered. I understand that there is a tree ordinance that hopefully is going to come along to deal with some of the ambiguities that Adam and staff and I have gone back and forth on. The project we talked about earlier out on Old Kings Road, there we were told that when they come in for the master PUD and the master site plan, no trees are required to be protected. The trees will be protected when individual homeowners come in for their permits. So now we're hearing that that may not be necessary, but there's no criteria in place for us to determine when there is a hardship and when there's not a hardship. And certainly people are free to buy a piece of property that doesn't have any trees on it, so they don't have to deal with a tree mitigation issue. So our concern is that there be language crafted that protects the trees as much as possible. And I know Adam's been saying for a while, we need to get around to drafting a new tree ordinance, updating our comp plan. And this is not related to this issue, but maybe it's time for us to either get additional planning staff or bring in some outside consultants to take the load off of staff to update some of these things, because the development's going to continue to come. We need those guidelines in place that reflect the current state-of-the-art thinking on tree protection, what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. That pretty much covers my comments. My clients have no objection to the rezoning itself. This never made sense for commercial at the beginning. And it certainly hasn't played out through the market that we've seen recently. But our real concern is to making sure as much as possible that the trees are protected. The hammock's a special area. We've had special ordinances in place. And as Thad Crow pointed out, that this is a major departure from established standards that were followed by previous applicants for 2 decades. So please, as you consider this, let's do what we can to protect these trees. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Hi there, Dennis Clark, 5784 North Ocean Shore Boulevard. Good evening, folks. I didn't want to take a lot of time. I even have a diagram here that shows what happens if you try to apply that building exclusion to the tree protection. The only thing I wanted to add to what Dennis Baer said was that the text, which says in the building agreement, development agreement rather, which was written after the Scenic A1A approval, says excluding the building footprint. If we could just remove that from the text in the development agreement, that would satisfy our concern, because it's not in the current land development code. It's a deviation from the current land development code.
Next speaker.
Ed White, 27 Ocean Street, Marine Land Acres in the Hammock. Didn't plan to get up tonight, but I'd just like to say it saddens me if we're going to let the mistakes we made approving the development just to the south be a precedent for what we do in the future. I don't know how we untie our hands if they are tied, but we should do something towards that effort. I would also suggest that if there is a problem with putting sprinkler systems in the developed homes, it might be wise to make the lots a little bit wider so that there's room between the homes so the fire chief can do his job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Next speaker. Seeing no one approach, close public comment and bring it back to the board. Andy, do you have any more comments for Dave?
Yeah, just one of my questions. If you look at the the way it's on the
Right.
screen right now, you notice the Cinnamon Grove lots are all square to the road, but the ones in the Hammock Park lane are all angled. And I know the reason, it's because A1A is kind of angled there. But I think houses and lots look better if they're not angled, because you start to, the view into the house and all that begins to change with the angles. Just wondering, is the only reason that they're angled in the Hammock Park lane is because of the way A1A goes through there? I mean, you could work the buffer, so. I just think the lots are easier to build and everything. if
Well, I
they're
think it gives them more lots if they go that angled.
Yeah, they have that extra buffer there. I don't know, just a thought.
I don't know that it's the lots. I like angles.
I don't like
I think
angles.
it's
I
more
like 'em
interesting
square.
than flat facades and.
Well, but they can move them back and forth anyway.
Well,
They
the houses will be staggered a little bit.
Yeah,
I think
so
it
they can
gives
get that anyway, but-
It gives a good street appeal.
I'm just wait and see, you'll see what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
okay.
They're narrow lots, you're gonna block some of the view.
Anything else, Commissioner?
I'll wait.
was
Do
good.
we want to hear
I
from the
thought we were-
applicant again,
yeah.
and then I got one more comment, but I'll wait.
All right, there he is.
Sorry. Okay. Fire sprinkler issue. What we heard and what the client and owner is amenable, as I think was said by Mr. Dance and Ms. Pennington, is that in the event the home is 3 stories, it'll either be 7.5-foot setback or it'll be sprinkled.
Okay.
All right.
So that's good to, we can
agree
accommodate
with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stem walls shall, okay?
Okay.
We can do that.
Good.
The sidewalks, if that's what you want, then we just think it, as Mr. Bear said, it creates opportunity for conflict, taking out trees, you balance those, so we're okay. We think it takes away from the aesthetics and adds more asphalt, but we're here to talk and work through those things. So we'll leave that up to you. At a minimum, we would, like as Adam said, on the north side so that people can access the dog park area, the amenity in the back by the, on the park around the pond and then out to A1A. So we'll leave that up to you. The tree ordinance, I mean, we had a tree ordinance. We had language that you all had approved on prior PUDs. Staff had proposed this. Until we're out there on each site, we never know how this rule or language is going to specifically apply. But our goal and intent is to, just like in our other subdivisions and other developments, is to keep as many trees. And that's why we do stem walls, so that we don't have to clear. We all recognize that adds value to the project and to the homes. So we can work through that, but we're here to work through that issue, and I don't know that we'll ever get it right and 100% right. Yes,
Mike,
sir.
can you explain the last comment that Mr. Clark made about counting the trees inside the footprint? What's the impact on that?
Well, we won't know. I can tell you generally, based on our tree survey, that most of the really nice trees, specimen trees, are going to be on the first 4 lots.
Sure, you can see that.
As we went farther south, it appears as though the property was cleared decades ago, and some of there's a couple of big pine trees there that, are great to save. But a lot of the stuff that you see on the last 5 to 6 lots is just scrub. What's 6 inches caliber now, I don't know without having the tree survey. But how that affects, that wasn't our idea. The tree language put into the PUD came from staff, and I think that is a product, correct me if I'm mistaken, as to what happened like in Palm Coast Plantation. The city or the county's tree ordinance for lot owners has been extremely onerous in some cases, and I know that you're very aware of that.
Right.
And I think this is where staff was trying to go to suggest language in a PUD that keeps
Right.
pushing developers towards the preservation. So
That makes sense.
we're willing
Yeah.
to work with you. We just don't know what specific language is going to do to each lot at this moment in time.
Commissioners, any more questions for them?
No.
If I guess to the point of if one of the first 4 lots had excessive mitigation and theoretically could not replant on the lot for the health of the plant material, where would we add language about, I mean, because that's what the new code is going to take care of, and we're just not there yet. But
I think what Andy's trying to get at, if we put in a provision that said if because the building there's no way to plant or whatever, that you would plant hardwoods around the water feature.
Yeah.
I mean, as a fallback, so that we keep creating future canopy.
I think that's fine, that we could add in those areas, those buffer areas, we could add trees, and around the pond, we could add tree, and almost like a mitigation bank.
so excess trees,
Kind of a mitigating thing, that we could do that, I think.
I mean, but we
can
still
add
know
that.
what that's going to look like until we're doing it.
Right.
so that settles we'll keep it per LDC then, and
Mr. Dance, one of the things you've seen in your career is in these nuanced areas, which we're dealing with the tree, it leaves discretion to the land use administrator, which sometimes is the administrator, which would be, in this case, Adam. The city of Palm Coast has it as the city manager, so that these, what would technically be a variance, wouldn't have to come back to the board, and that your staff would have the ability to make a judgment that they thought was in the best interest of the goal and intent of the PUD to save trees and to have it deeply wooded.
Yeah.
And I think the only other thing was on amenities for the residents. Did you come up with a?
Yeah, we talked about that. Our goal and objective is to clean that out, have it very natural looking, have a path around there so we can walk, connect to the dog park, just for and to have a raised fire pit, some chairs, covered area, so that if people want to eat there and they get caught in the rain or in the sun, that would be it. And probably, we don't know where it would be, but on the north side. Remember also that the plan will come back with the preliminary plat, so you'll see in detail that, but certainly that's something that we would like to do anyway.
Right.
In the roundabout, we're going to have a feature, and that's not really an amenity for recreation, but that's what we're going to do.
I just my job is to make sure we get it in writing, so
Certainly.
that we don't have any, when site plan comes, there's no questions.
So if we would write in there that we would have, a path around, a natural path around the pond, that we would have a raised area for seating, fire pit, and covered area. We call it a gazebo, but,
Well, and some of the things you already put in are good too, like the benches around, just in very
In the
scattered, right?
exhibit, just put in, because you put in the exhibit
Put in
some.
the benches are in there.
if you look here, this is,
So you could just reiterate the exhibit as well in text form, so that.
yes, that's where I was going.
Right.
Right.
That in text.
We've already got some of that stuff in there already. Yeah.
So in your motion, you would say that which is identified in the presentation. Okay, that's fine with us. Right.
You want a motion?
Not yet. Dennis, no, you had your shot. Is
Ask for a point of clarification.
it okay with you? All right, come on up.
And I'm not trying to, I just wanted, if a variance or a hardship is found and there's tree mitigation that is done for a particular lot, my question was, would they be able then, they couldn't meet their opacity requirements on the buffer as part of a mitigation from a single, they still would have the 80% opacity regardless.
Right.
So it could be done to enhance the stormwater or something of that.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify. Thank
Okay,
you.
all right, Dennis. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, I think it's time for a motion here on 9B.
I'll take the stab at the motion language. A motion to approve the PUD with the following changes to the language, and that stem walls will be mandatory. Amenities will be listed in text that are represented in the graphics. with the addition of a covered seating area
Fire pit.
and a fire pit. Thank you. Sidewalks will be added to both sides of the road, and trees will be handled per the land development code. And excess inches can be relocated to common areas and the recreation area.
And the houses over 35 feet.
Correct.
7.5.
And that the setbacks will be modified for the three stories to either be unsprinkled at 7.5 feet side setback or sprinkled at 5 foot side setback.
Well done.
Yes, I did that at the beginning.
Here we have a motion.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve item 9B with all the caveats that Commissioner Dance put in there. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Next up, item 9C, quasi-judicial application 3339. Request to amend special exception for 14 townhomes to allow 16 single-family detached lots in the RC residential district at 6645 North Ocean Shore Boulevard. Adam?
Do you want to do quasi-judicial disclosures?
Oh, yeah, it
Mr.
is
Chairman?
quasi-judicial.
Yes, sir.
So, again, have you had none?
None.
Donnie?
None.
And I have none. Okay.
Subject parcel is the former Granada Campground. You can see it displayed here. The road that's off to your bottom left is that portion of Old A1A at the north end of Washington Oak State Park. So that you have just to the north and off of this graphic is the Sur Club condominiums and the north portion of the Matanzas DRI. Matanzas Shores DRI. And so this parcel here with the land use side, mixed use, low intensity, did have that recreation, limited commercial zoning in place that kind of got all of this started back in 04, 05, 06. The portion of it in the flood zone with the remapped areas that we have, both a little bit of actually shaded X also in here, but most of it being in the zone AE within a special flood hazard area. You'd have portions that are within that zone VE, and that VE is a velocity zone that will correspond to that area that's on the sea side, the ocean side of the coastal construction control line. And then your soils being what we expect there. There are gravelly sand on the side 31, 15 is your fine sand. All of these should drain quickly with that history. And you can see here from this aerial, the wetlands aren't present, but the aerial does depict the post-storm condition with that overwash. And so you can see where the dune had been overwashed. This should date to after Matthew is what you're seeing here. And so that effectively the dune sand then pushed onto the property within that area there immediately adjacent to the coastline.
Should point out, Adam, there was no dune enhancement.
Correct. Yeah, and that's something that had made this area more vulnerable. That was something that also was the consideration that you'll likely hear about, but Matanzas Shores Owners Association was definitely attuned to that and had considered that as part of their consideration as a quid pro quo, if you will, my language, not theirs, for extending the sewer utility to this parcel. And so that part of that exchange, in order to provide that capacity, along with then some money, some funding coming from the developer for that connection, the quid pro quo there would be that there's some strengthening of the dune that had not been done previously prior to Matthew. And so that, let me fix that, after Matthew, before our last round of storms. And so that what we would have then, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, here's this part. So unique situation that comes in. Don't we have lots of unique situations? Special exception in the RC zoning district would have allowed multifamily residential. And this was one of those parcels that had that ability to develop with multifamily. At the time when this was being proposed for multifamily development, The commission, seated commission, had changed the RC to remove the multifamily special exception. It then resulted in a lawsuit or determination at that point, a determination that they could proceed as a grandfathered parcel with the consideration of the special exception. Special exception progressed through our processes, was approved by the planning board, then came the suit from the neighboring property owner, eventually leading to a settlement agreement that led us back into a process where the planning board made an approval. So you'll see that history in here, some 19 conditions that are listed. I'll hit those in just a moment, but dating from 2006 through to 2008, when this last went through its previous iteration with the 14 townhomes approved. Too small for a PUD. So one of the questions that had come up, obviously, is, why can't we have this as a PUD? It's not 5 acres.
Not big enough.
Our LDC limits us from that ability, and so what I'm asking of you is that consideration effectively of a, if you will, a PUD light, that this is unique in its situation as going from a 14-unit townhome development, arguably multifamily, into then a single-family residential subdivision with 16 lots. And so a different animal from what the RC previous multifamily special exception would have allowed. I do have a chart here that I did not provide for planning board that you'll see where I've compared the zoning throughout that. It may be somewhat explanatory to you all. But that trade-off, connection to Matanzas Shores sewer system, being approved by the Matanzas Shores Owners Association with that condition that the dune is augmented by the developer. There's also a dune maintenance easement agreement that they would enter with the county. And then we'd also have a public walkover provided. And presently that's proposed along the south portion of the property. All that being the trade-off that's in play for our consideration here tonight of the swap from 14 townhomes to 16 single family. This is where those conditions start in the packet and go through that 2006 Planning Board meeting on into the 2008 settlement agreement. Most of these, I believe, have been satisfied. So there's some 19 conditions here. It's not until I get towards this bottom one here, not being met on the western and northern landscape buffers, and I would call then for an amendment to the plan. There are some landscape drawings I think have been subsequently submitted that attempt to demonstrate that that's now in compliance. The A1A Scenic Pride Committee will have a chance to review this another iteration, whatever this ultimately comes back as. And so that we're saying here, conceptual site plan's been reviewed by Scenic A1A. This condition contemplates additional reviews yet to come. So those will then follow this is what we're anticipating. Upon connection of the project to central sanitary sewer, drain field being converted into a recreational amenity. And we mentioned this area that you're seeing as a dry pond on the property has been described by the applicant as being an area that could be a play field. Certainly something more for us to talk about how that recreational use will play in, but it's not a wet pond system because of the soils here being what they are. This should drain fairly quickly, and so a dry pond would be sufficient. Yes, sir.
Do we know where the previous septic tank was on the property?
Well, no, sir, not that. At least that wasn't provided to us. They can discuss that if there's been any review of that. But we do know where it was proposed to be placed, where the central system was proposed to be placed as part of their design. But we didn't talk about the.
When it floods, you can smell sewer up there. That's why I'm asking. And it floods every time we get high tide.
Right,
That whole
right.
property's underwater.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the septic tank or if it smells like high tide.
I don't know. Doesn't smell good.
Nobody got that. That's a tough crowd. So then the next one, should funds become available, the power lines along A1A, and I'm not sure if that's going to be possible for us to do, at least for us to dictate that here. That will be something that should follow. And then the turning radius, and I think we've had some discussion about that. We've had some review. That looks to be then that so long as that access coming out of the north end of the cul-de-sac, which you'll see in a moment, is stabilized, and our code requires that stabilization as part of the secondary emergency ingress egress, that will be sufficient. The radius is still safe to say, something for us to talk about, but that radius dimension ends up being rendered moot in in most respects, if that secondary means of ingress and egress is stabilized appropriately and is available as a secondary means of egress, should it be needed. And we anticipate that's going to happen. For us, again, it's not really something we talk about now. If we had a PUD, we'd try to put that in place. But that's something that Article 4, our subdivision regulations, require. This will come back as a subdivision ultimately. And the board, again, the language that's there, the board's waiving it or approving it. Our code requires it as it sits now, and I haven't heard any discussion about waiving the secondary ingress they depicted on their plan. And so here's that comparison chart that I mentioned. And so this shows then in that first column, the criteria, that next one over to your right, the R3 multifamily, and that R3 is called for in what had been the RC special exception. And so what it said was, it said if you were doing the RC special exception for multifamily, you would follow the R3 dimensional requirements. Middle column there, RC single-family dwellings, so the specific language from the RC district for single-family dwellings. And then that last one, project as submitted. And so what was telling for me with this, and certainly have my footnotes there, you can follow along in the staff report if you wanted to and see what those all say. But that the R3 district did allow for individual lot development. It's something that I had not expected. It does have a minimum lot area referred to there of 2,000 square feet and 20 feet of lot width, which just seems more or less nonsensical, but then when you're thinking of it, that they have a 0 side setback. This was intended to have attached almost townhomes is what I think the contemplation was here. So maybe it makes sense then. But for us, certainly in unincorporated Flagler County, now in the post-incorporation days of Palm Coast, and since we're also out of the water and sewer business, something like this, an R3 developing in this area with this type of, it's just something we wouldn't see in a typical unincorporated county. This is urban type density is what you're seeing in the R3. Multifamily designation. The RC single family, again, 9,000 square feet being what you'd anticipate as what we've seen elsewhere. For those that have faced an RC-type single-family lot subdivision. This project proposing at 2,800 square feet with 40 feet of lot width, exceeding the multifamily requirements that are listed in the R3 district with that correlation to the RC special exception. And so I'm giving this to you as at least that factual basis of here's how this varies from what we have in our code already. Maybe not varying that much. I don't know why I had it in there twice. I guess if I liked it, I had the rest of it. So this had the bottom portion with the minimum living area, 600 square feet, 650 square feet in the multifamily, and then 800 square feet in the project as proposed. So still more that was listed here. And then this is the plan along with the site data table, and this data table was the source of information that I used on the previous slide. And this shows the lot layout and then also the proposed building footprint within the dashed lines that are shown for each of the proposed 16 lots. You have the roadway configuration. This doesn't vary much from what we had seen previously, except that the building configuration was an attached kind of L-shaped multifamily building that had come up before, certainly at 14 units, now with the 16. The stormwater pond is not, again, what we believe to be a wet pond. It's proposed as a dry pond as it's been described. That would be where we would anticipate some recreational amenities to be placed there as part of the previous conditions that we had. And you can see at that top that hatched area coming out of the northwest portion of the cul-de-sac, showing that that's described as proposed stabilized emergency access and tying into the existing on-site dirt drive. That dirt driveway serves the home to the north, and that dirt driveway itself would need to be modified to be able to accommodate fire apparatus. And so the rule that we have is the heaviest fire truck that we have, that would have to be modified in order to accommodate that heaviest fire apparatus at its full load, so that the last thing we want to do is to ever have any of our fire trucks get bogged down in something that they shouldn't get bogged down into. You'll see discussions in the comments, and I put them in the staff report from the presenters, from the folks that have made comments at the planning board. This had gone to the planning board in February, had received a recommendation for approval. There were several commenters who had placed concerns on the record about traffic, about potential issues about flooding. Specific to traffic, this will have to be permitted by DOT. We anticipate, and maybe not getting too far ahead of it, but just from a safety standpoint, that the project entrance driveway heading southbound will need to have a dedicated left turn lane, just to avoid that rear end collision that may come because we have a bit of a blind curve coming in there. And so you're coming out of that 4-lane, you're coming into 2-lane, you've got a merge that's going on. It's not the best of situations. We asked for crash data, didn't have a particular amount of crash data that was here, so that there wasn't anything really for us to share materially specific for this area. We could see from the aerial, this is a point I made, I believe, at Planning Board. This one's a good one where you can see it. Right below the graphic scale that's in the bottom left corner of this aerial, you can see the sand that's leading into the turnout for Old A1A. What that depicts to me is that as traffic's heading southbound and you're wanting to make that right turn onto Old A1A, they're having to create their own deceleration lane. They're making their own adventure. They're curving over out of the roadway because they've got that headlights in their back of their vehicle, the guy that's right on their bumper, and so they're having to get over much quicker. And so they're doing in practice what's happening already that we know will have to happen on the opposite side. We're going to need to have a northbound deceleration lane to make a turnout into it, a right turn, and then we'll also need then, most importantly, a southbound left turn. We'll be talking with DOT about that to the degree that we can influence that to happen. We'll be working with them to do that. This is one that I think you'd want to do at the front versus waiting at the back and waiting for the crashes and accidents to happen for you to
Adam,
do
this is a
something
very
later.
dangerous road. I speak with the people that live out there all the time, and speeding's an issue.
Yes, sir.
The sheriff has tried to clamp down on with radar, but no, it doesn't help. If they're not there, they're speeding.
It's right near the divide.
Yeah, it's right at the divide. This is
We see,
touchy.
personally, and I'm preaching to the choir, southbound, you see those folks that are trying to rush and get around that last little bit, the grandma, me, that's driving in the 4-lane that's in the right-hand lane. Sometimes I get left just to mess with people. But I'm going the speed limit, and then you're trying to make that hurried trip to get in front of them because getting to the 2 lanes, you're going to have to sit behind them and go another, whatever it is, half a mile at the speed limit. You don't want to do that. And so that's what everybody's doing is they're coming out of that 4-lane, they're trying to floor it as quick as they can. And so that's what our big concern is trying to get that left turn lane in there more than anything else, but comment well made. This shows the graphic that was presented to the planning board. It shows that dry pond to the north, some of the landscape area there to the south. That's our beach access that's there. And then the building layout. I think I've got one more. I've got the A1A letter in here. Just to show their review. Recommendation, short-term rentals prohibited, 40-foot landscape buffer along A1A with native plants, 80% opacity. A1A Pride, that are conditioned for them to review final plans, signage plans before any submission to the planning board. Stormwater pond area, including some picnic tables or recreational facilities, again, that condition that if it's not used for purposes of a drain field or sewer, it should have some amenities. And then that power lines, if we can bury those. But again, that's not something that, if it's buried here, it doesn't really make much difference if it's not buried elsewhere. We provided then this somewhat extensive list of conditions should the board choose to approve it. I'll just read the conditions. The first one, owner satisfy any outstanding conditions related to the 2006 Planning Board determination, 2008 settlement agreement, and the 2008 Planning Board determination as applicable. Project connect to central sewer through Matanzas Shores Owners Association, and then that executed wastewater treatment service license agreement, we had that go through and eventually provided to us the agreement that was provided with MSOA was provided for us for record. The owner provides the county with that 15-foot wide pedestrian easement for the public dune walkover along the south. It had been discussed about potentially moving that to the north, and it's not very material for us either way. We just want that easement to happen. The owner consents to a dune restoration easement in favor of the county. North and west perimeter buffers be augmented so as to create that opaque barrier, natural vegetation 6 feet in height within 5 years of commencement of development of the parcel. Projects designed with that cul-de-sac with 50-foot turning radius, and then the secondary means of ingress and egress is stabilized, all-weather surface to accommodate emergency service vehicles. We've got to have that in place. That's extensive discussions we had with the fire department to make sure that's in place. And the owner present then that site plan to the A1A Scenic Pride Committee for their review and comment prior to site plan approval by the county. Yes, sir.
We need to add, I have an agreement with the developer that they would replace the dune. 10 cubic yards of sand for every foot of their beach. So that needs to be in here.
We had talked about some specificity and had encouraged, we were talking initially about something a little less than that, but if they've agreed to 10 cubic feet per linear foot, I think we're in favor of that. So
Who did you talk to?
Mr. Chimento.
Okay. Did you disclose that?
No,
I think you just did.
That was
Okay.
a Hammock Community Association meeting.
Trying to help you, Chair. The other options, denial, you could recommend denial, and that would be on the finding that maybe the conditions haven't been met, and or you don't concur with the Planning and Development Board's finding. And then you could also then continue this request, and that would be to a time and date certain. We will still have to do public notice, and so if you do choose that last option, we'd ask that you continue it to our next night meeting, basically about a month away.
Mr. Chair, I have just one.
Yes, sir.
Several questions, but just one quick one here. If you were going to avail yourself of using that pedestrian walkway to the walkover, where would you park?
There would be no parking. We did talk about that at Planning Board. Good point. And so what we had said was, the concept we had was, this is for bikers, this is for pedestrians, this is for people admittedly in old A1A. The other part we said out loud, and I'll go back to my part here.
Is there a bike path all the way up that?
There's a sidewalk. So you can see the sidewalk here along the east side. This one's good because you can see it on the wetlands map. And so the sidewalk runs all along A1A, at least up until, I think up through past Surf Club I didn't pay attention to it beyond that, but at least runs through Washington Oaks, along all the way down.
So the beach walkover would be public?
Everybody's saying behind me Marineland, I couldn't remember it, so that's all right. I don't have the aerial pulled up here.
Marineland.
Crossover be public?
Al's saying Marineland. Sounds like it's Marineland, everybody.
Yeah,
Goes-
it is. Goes all the way to
North to Marineland and then south.
All the way down to Varn, crosses at Varn, and then goes on the west side.
Right.
So this access to the beach would be public?
It would be public.
So there'll be a parking issue?
One would believe that there might be.
There might be. Even if it's golf carts.
Just doesn't seem like a lot of utility other than for a biker or a pedestrian. Which, I mean, if that's the point, okay, but just seems like a,
If I'm in old A1A, I may disagree, but I understand your comment. Yes, sir.
I have a problem with the buffer. It's only 25 feet. I'd like it to be 40, because that's my new number, but 30 is kind of standard. We've been doing 30.
I think what we were thinking here, and of course you could see there were no trees on the property, and so that anything is better than nothing, but certainly understand the 40 feet being the requirement that's stated in the LDC for your lots that are 100 feet or greater.
Yeah, I think we should just eliminate number 16, and everything works. Get 15, change it from 14 to 15, and then we get our 40-foot buffer, and everybody's happy.
I do have a question, Adam. The emergency access road, it ties into the existing on-site dirt drive. We would need the entire road stabilized for the truck, correct?
We would.
So we would amend this to make sure that the entire road is stable. It's worded, entire road stabilized.
Yes, ma'am.
And we have, do we need permission from the owner to do that?
Their driveway is on this property, so it's.
Oh, actually, it's on the
Yes,
property.
yeah, so as this depicts it here, you know, their access is through this property, so I think the quick answer is you wouldn't need their consent. That
Would we require a breakaway gate there, fire gate?
you probably would want one.
Because then everybody will start using that.
Yeah, and I'm, to prevent that from happening, you would have that, along with a Knox box or an SOS, something similar to that, to prevent it from being the rainy day access.
We mentioned the radius at 50 on the circle. Does that still hold? It's what, 33 in the rendering?
Our LDC calls it out at, was it 84 feet, I think is what it says, and then 50-foot clear area, I think is what we were saying. So 100-foot clear area for the diameter is what I think the fire chief has called for. With that secondary access, I'll let him kind of speak more directly about it. My read of the Florida Fire Prevention Code says that if that secondary access is in there, it's sufficient, then the width of the radius is rendered moot. But
Got it. Because he can swing out and go straight down. the
right,
stable.
right.
Any other questions?
Can you direct me to the place in the land development code where we define PUD light?
It's not there.
Just made that up.
I'll let it move on. I've got more questions, but I'll hold off.
Anything else? We can hear from the
I would like
applicant.
to hear from the applicant. Yeah, the applicant, and then I'll have questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's good. Get some
Thank you.
ideas.
Okay. Michael Schimento for the applicant. If you all would give me a little bit of extra time to give a little history, because it's very important to why we're here today, and I think it will add to your decision-making. So if you recall, well, you probably don't recall, in 2006, we were here on a prior project that was, I believe it was 41 units originally. It was a 41-unit condominium project on this property.
You have 15 minutes, by the way.
Okay, I'll be done. So we went through the process. It was a special exception. It was approved by planning board. The neighbor appealed to the county commission and actually filed suit against the county commission, and we were sent back as the developers to go back and work it out. So as part of a settlement agreement between the county, the applicant who had, or not the applicant, the individual who sued the county, and ourselves, we came up with the plan that is approved. So in about 2006, I believe it was, Solitude was approved through a special exception. Not getting it? Huh? There we go. And that's the property. So this was the project that was approved, and it is a townhouse and multifamily project like Adam had suggested that is allowed in the zoning district. So this is the project that is approved today, and that is what you see. So they are two long monolithic buildings that go north and south and east and west. And what you may have read in your package is that is very important for the community to understand, because I don't know that they understood it at the planning board, is that this is a vested project. This project right here does not need any further approvals from the county commission other than go in and do your site plan and your construction drawings. So this isn't a matter of, can we build something here? This is the project that is approved today for 14 townhomes that will all be lined up, attached wall, with there's 7 units in each building. And there are conditions as part of that were all put forth in the package.
Is that the 19 conditions?
Yes, that table, those were them, right. And that was what was agreed to between the county commission and the owner at that time. Obviously, the recession hit, and we're here today. 3 years ago, we met with staff, and I don't know if you recall, but we had a conversation about this project before we even made an application. And you all were discussing the issues on septic to sewer up in the hammock, and I think it was you that said, hey, talk to county staff about getting off of septic, because as you can see here, this is planned and approved for a septic system in this area, where we do a big drain field and have our own package plan, as I'll call it. So we went to Matanzas Shores Owners Association, and we worked with them literally for a year in order to discuss with them an opportunity to connect to their sewer system. Remember, water is provided to this area from the city of Palm Coast. And so when we went through this with the Master Association up there, we all became aware that the county had some regulations that might have or could have been interpreted to prevent the Master Association. So the developer and the property owner worked with MSA and the county, and we retained a law firm out of Tallahassee to work with Mr. Hadid to amend your land development code so that MSA could, the association could provide us sewer services, and that was done. So this has been going on for about 3 years with the concept that we would come back and not do that plan, but do the plan that's in front of you today. So we have a special exception, and I think the word PUD light does not exist. It was just something that we kind of, to describe what we're going through. But in any special exception, you can attach conditions. So in a condition, you could say, we want them pink, we want them yellow, we want whatever you want. So you can have any conditions attached to a special exception. And so that's why we kind of called it, in jest, a PUD light, so that you can have negotiated conditions as part of your approval and the amended plan. So what we're suggesting to you is, and to the community that we talk to, is we can do this. The county's already written a vested rights determination letter that says, yes, this is it, just go straight to site plan. But we don't think that this is a better project than the one we're proposing. We think the project that we're proposing is better, and I know some of the residents in the neighborhood felt that the project proposed is aesthetically better. So these are the additional community benefits that we went back out as a condition of this approval, amendment to the special exception. We removed the septic system, we're connecting to wastewater. We have agreed to dune restoration. Obviously, we'll get into that in just a minute, Mr. Hanson. We have agreed to enter into the county easement for the beach renourishment. And we provided county public access to the beach. And we've provided an enhanced landscaping package on the north and south border that we have also, interestingly enough, worked with the A1A Scenic Corridor Group, where they have been through our landscape plans, suggested plants that do or don't grow there. So the landscape plan that you'll see in front of you has actually been, reviewed and I won't say approved, because I don't know that would be the proper term, but approved by the A1A Scenic Corridor Group. So this is the plan that we're asking to amend the special exception. We go from this to this. And these are 16 detached single-family homes. If you are familiar with Beverly Beach, Summer Haven, they're small lots and they go 3 stories up. And they're a 0 lot line practically. So that's the plan that we have. In this area, here's just an architect rendering of what it would look like. This area here is a dry retention area. It's about 2 to 3 feet deep, depending upon how it actually works out. This will be sort of our field for dog walk. We'll have a path around it that we can have an amenity section so that the community can walk and stay within their area. Note that this area right here, where
Can't see your marker.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's true. I forgot. On the western boundary, you'll see along lot 16 along A1A, we have a very detailed landscape plan, and it calls out trees and specimens there. That's what we reviewed with A1A Scenic Corridor. And our goal is to have the property not to be seen, like we just talked about the other one, as you drive down A1A. However, one of the things I draw to your attention, though, is that on the property now, there's not a tree, right? If you come from A1A south to north, you're going to go through Washington Oaks, you're going to hit the first lot, and there's no trees there. And you're going to hit our lot, and there's no trees there. And then you're going to hit the next lot, and there's no trees there. And not until you hit that scrub jay habitat on the north, on the Tanza shores, you start seeing trees again. So we're going to add trees and buffer so that we're going to hopefully replace it so that there'll be a buffer between the residential and the existing homes. So that's our proposed concept plan. You can see this is the one that you saw before. It has in it a 15-foot pedestrian access along the southern side. Part of our settlement agreement with the county before and the homeowner was that we have an easement already granted to the homeowner for pedestrian access. So the county came to us last week, maybe the 10th or 12th of this month, and said, hey, would you be interested in moving it to the north side? And we said, we will consider it. However, we're going to have to work with the individual who has an easement on the south side. So that issue, you know, it's proposed to be on the south side. It has been up until 2 Thursdays ago, and we can evaluate looking at it on the north side.
Why would we move it to the north?
That was at the request of staff.
Why would we move it to the north?
Half mile, remember our access? We're trying to get public access.
For every half mile. And that puts us inside one of those brackets?
It gets us closer to a house. It's not. It was just a suggestion. Now, I don't think it's really going to meet that requirement with Army Corps for every half mile because your next one is at Washington Oaks, correct? So we can work with you on that. The fire, we talked about that. You all had discussed that. Our radius and our cul-de-sac meet the requirements, but in addition to that, we have the exit out to A1A through that area for fire truck and emergency access out of the subdivision. And certainly as part of the condition, Ms. Pennington, we will agree to make it fire truck accessible and do whatever is necessary.
How much fill are you going to have to put in here?
I think it'll be 3 to 4 feet in certain areas, and maybe on the back end around lots 8 and 9, it may be a little bit more. That gets to your dune question, right? Yeah. And so I don't mean this way to sound, I don't recall agreeing to how many cubic feet because I just don't know that answer. What I will tell you that, and we talked about it with staff, is there are ideas about how to restore the dunes, but none of that matters, and none of it is dependent upon what you think and what we think. It matters what the feds think. So we will restore the dunes as government requires us or allows us. And
Well, there's no dune there.
right,
That's the problem.
that is one of the
When we
problems.
went to replenish the dunes 4 years ago,
Right.
that owner said no dune replenishment.
Now,
So
Mr. Chair,
that was gone. That's
that statement that was said a couple years ago was not accurate. So we never said no. I guarantee you we never said no. And we can get into that. But we are always been interested in replacing the dune and granting the easement to you all. In fact, I think it was used as a staging area for the county, our property, without an easement. And that's all okay, but we're working through that issue. So the dune restoration is certainly something that we have committed to. Again, that was one of our community benefits. That'll be dictated by the state and Fed, and as well as the county. We have a coastal engineer on staff, not on staff, retained for us, that'll work with your group. I think we intend to meet over the next couple of weeks to begin that discussion on how to restore the dune along that area. Let's talk about this, which we talked about at planning. So we talked about buffer from A1A. If you recall, as I showed you before, there's not a tree in sight on this property, and as you go down the road, it's all cleared. So this is our buffer. We have one area on the corner of lot 16 that is 25 feet, and you'll see elsewhere throughout the project, it exceeds 60, 65, 170, 154. So our average, we estimate to be nearly 50 to 60 feet buffer between houses. It's just in that one little area that it is tighter and meeting the requirements of 25 foot. With that being said, we've also agreed to add language about the opacity. Again, like in the prior project, our goal is that our residents don't see A1A either. Again, this plan was put into effect, this landscape plan was done by our landscape architect that's here and worked with A1A scenic corridor. This might be a little easier for you to see where we do get pinched along 16, but we still have a significant buffer. It'll undulate, it'll be a little bit raised, and we'll work through those issues.
Why does 16 have to be bigger than 15?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I can get our engineer and planner.
If
who
you
was-
made 15 and 16 building the same, then we could get the 30-foot buffer there.
I understand what you're saying. I can go back and talk with our guys in just a second. So that's where we talk about the buffers are still significant, and the opacity that we'll agree to plant to, we'll get to that 80% also. So what you'll see when this thing is mature is you'll be driving down A1A, you'll see cleared land, then you'll get to our project, which will be heavily landscaped, and then as soon as you go past it in about 1.2 seconds at 50 miles an hour, it'll go back to an existing landscape. But hopefully over a decade or so, another development happens, it'll all fill in. So these are the renderings of the community that we're intending to do. The homes were designed by local architect, Mr. Pizzula. He's not here today, but this is the coastal feel that we're talking about doing. This was before we had the enhanced landscape package, our entrance feature. And this is the plan. And so we go back to where we were and what is vested and what can be constructed today, that L-shaped townhouse or a project like this. As it relates to the access, we will grant the county the access along the southern barrier or southern edge with an easement. If we can work with Mr. Koch, who's the property owner that has the existing easement there now, to move it to the north, we can work through that. We're open to do that also. So I think that's probably all I have to tell you about the proposed amendment to the special exception with the additional conditions. And I'll answer any questions you have or wait until after public comment.
Is it open to discussion on number 16? Can we make that 30-foot buffer there?
Let me go back and talk to our architect engineer while we're there, but let me figure that out. Okay, Mr. Hanson?
Okay, all right.
They're 3-story, 5-foot setback, correct?
Correct.
And is there a plan in here, obviously, maybe not for a sprinkler system in these?
Well, it's funny you say that, Ms. Bennington. On the prior one,
It would have had
there was discussions about it.
right.
In staff's review on this one, that issue went silent, but we have, so it wasn't.
What happened in the prior one? Or do you have the history, or you mean in the?
In the prior project that we just approved.
But we didn't discuss on this one.
Right, exactly.
And again, all the renderings submitted for the secondary show landscaping in the way of the dirt, but
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
in the secondary access road?
Yes, ma'am.
All the rendering, and this was original renderings, you're saying, since then you've redone the landscaping? Because it shows landscaping in the dirt road, if you go back into your.
Yes. Did. But you're correct. The landscape package, after we went to A1A scenic court, it became enhanced, and staff made the condition not only do you have the landscape package that is in your package, but also that we added the 80% opacity on the west and north side.
They can show turning radiuses.
Oh, yeah.
Are you worried about the turning radius?
Well, it's the stabilization, like when you hit the dirt.
We'll make that happen.
And the
I
turn,
mean,
well,
that's a
because of the
requirement. We understand
landscaping,
that.
yeah.
They said they'd take care of that.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be back to you all with a formal preliminary plat. And I mean, we can add that condition. We intended to do that all along. Because we put that in there just for emergency access.
My concerns go back to buffer and fire suppression, so.
I'll wait
Anything
until
else?
after staff comments and we'll discuss.
All right, I'm going to open up to public comment at this point. Anybody in the public wish to come forward and discuss this 9C issue?
I'm curious from the residents which one they like, the attached units or the detached units.
I'll be speaking.
Your clock's ticking.
I thought it started after my handout.
We can reset it. Yep, done. You, no, no.
No, because you can't.
No.
She's got-
Nope. Nope.
It's just that we can't hear you
We
because of the
can't hear you.
microphone.
Microphone has to be-
Microphone won't pick up any of that.
Thank you. Set it underneath of it?
Yep.
It'll work. My name is Steve Geiger. I live in Surf Club condominiums, and I've been there about 2 years. I've been all over Florida, and I love this concept over the townhouses. I think it's going to be much prettier. I would hope that something like that could be built. When you throw that 50-foot radius in on that, this is what I've done. Just took what was coming to the meeting, 50-foot radius, and made it out to what it's supposed to be. It encroaches on the pond, it encroaches on the corner lot 13 and 12. I thought it was a 40-foot buffer in the front, so I just shaded that out to 40 feet, but you're saying now it's 30? Or 40?
Keep going.
On the front. Okay. And then I highlighted the painted lines in the island of A1A and the hazard that that creates. That pretty much covers that, the shrinking pond and the 50-foot radius. Try to get through this thing quick. I know everybody. I've spoke to people about.
Commissioner, we're not hearing anything that's being said on
I'm
the
sorry,
recording.
I'm sorry. I'm new to this, or new, reborn here. The word gateway is confusing. I've talked to people that think this is going to be a gated community. If it's gated, it's going to have to be relocated back so cars can stack. That's my only concern. If they put a gateway on that bike path, they're going to have cars hanging out on A1A. Don't even know why the word gateway is in there. It's a proposed entry sign. And that's pretty much all for that. This is just to show that there is plenty of room for turn lanes on A1A. Didn't see a whole lot in the package showing where the lines are for A1A that extend that grass island down almost to where the entry is on the subdivision. This being my last picture, I kind of combined them all and then shaded in A1A. And that little corner is the apron. I blew this up just a little bit. Over where it says room to add turn lanes, there's historic parking on that side. There's aerial views of probably 20 or 30 cars parking on that land over there. I don't know who owns that, but if that was a problem, I know that community would like to have access across. If there are people that historically park there from other areas, I don't know if that could be made parkland or a parking lot.
I don't know who belongs, okay,
Your
that's
time's
it.
up.
Okay, thank you. I knew it was going to be quick. But my other issue was the 7.5 feet also.
I believe that's Mr. Koch's land.
Yeah, it is. I know it well. Next, Dennis.
Good evening again. Dennis Bear on behalf of Hammock Civic Association. I'll try to stay within my 3 minutes. I also have an overhead. To answer the one question, which concept would be preferred? If you look at this, this looks like some place that Luke Skywalker would live because it's nice and white. If you painted it dark like the pictures they showed of the other townhomes that were previously proposed, that looks like where Darth Vader would live. So I think that if you had the same color on both, it might give you a different perception of what we were looking at. But I think the biggest problem is I don't know legally how you can approve this project under the current RC zoning. I was involved with the lawsuit and the settlement for the neighbor, Mr. Koch. I'm not here on behalf of Mr. Koch tonight, but I think he might be interested to know that there's a proposal to change the easement from the south to north. We can get into that later. But my concern is the special exception was to allow multifamily on an RC zoning property. In 2006, if they had applied for single-family residential like this, they would have had to put on 75-foot wide lots. So I don't see how you can amend a special exception to allow multifamily, now to allow single-family that doesn't meet any of the space requirements for RC zoning. It's not PUD light. I just don't see legally how you can get there, particularly where the lot square footage area of 2,800 feet is less than 1/3 the requirement of the 9,000 square feet. The lot width of 40 feet is 35 feet short of the 75 feet required. The lot length of 70 feet is 50 feet short of the 120 foot required. And the front setback of 20 feet is also shorter. So, and your maximum lot coverage is 171% over the existing RC zoning that's allowed. So again, I don't know how you can get there from here. It's not an amendment of a special exception because a special exception allowed for multifamily. And the site plan that Mr. Chimento showed earlier had other amenities like a swimming pool, clubhouse, and some of those other things that were required as part of the project. So it's kind of like Alice in Wonderland. It's curiouser and curiouser how you can take a special exception to go to multifamily and now morph it back into single family and not meet the single family zoning requirements for that particular zoning category. I think Mr. Crow had some other good comments too, that really what you're achieving is an urban density of about 16 units per acre by doing this without any type of rezoning. It doesn't qualify as a PUD, so our position is without a rezoning, this project should not be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Judy Weatherhead. I live at 60 Surfview Drive. I'm not sure if on a phone a picture will show up on here or not.
Give it a shot. There you go.
My concern, and I'd just like to ask your consideration for sincerely looking at building a dune or enhancing a dune or doing something to prevent the flooding. I've lived at Surfview only a little over a year. So I encountered the 2 storms that we have had. The property that is proposed has had significant flooding during those storms, which in turn flowed down to our property, resulting in over 3 feet of water against our hurricane barrier on our garage. So thank God we had that hurricane barrier, but as you can, I don't know if you can tell from the pictures, but the water just flows directly from the ocean down across the proposed property and into Surfview. And thank you for what you all do. We do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Todd Swinderman, 54 Ocean Street in the Hammock. One thing that isn't being looked at here is what happens with the next hurricane. Nicole wasn't that big of an event, but the water from that area flowed south. That's what flooded Marineland Acres. not the water coming over the dunes in Marineland Acres. The water was so deep in Washington Oak Park, you could kayak there over the whole area. So that needs to be taken into consideration because basically we know what'll happen. The dunes will get breached, all that water will be turned southward, helping the previous speaker, but to the detriment of the residents to the south.
Thank you, Todd. Next speaker, please.
Elaine Bird, Hammock Dunes. Is it possible to bring up one of those prior diagrams that showed how A1A curved, or do you not need that? Okay.
You know it's a bad
The man
corner.
behind you has it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'd like to talk about that easement to the beach and the parking and what's going to happen is people are going to be crossing A1A to get, and they're not going to be going on a bicycle. They are going to be taking cars, they're going to be parked all along, but they're also going to be crossing A1A on foot. And we've already established how difficult that curve is. It's going to be very, very dangerous. So I think you need to be thinking about lots of cars, because if you talk to the people that live in Marineland Acres or anywhere above Sea Colony, every street that has access to the ocean has lots of cars, and they're not coming by bicycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Next speaker.
He was short. Dennis Clark, 5784 North Ocean Shore Boulevard. I wanted to bring up one other point that I thought should be in the record, and that is that our comprehensive plan, coastal management element, dictates that properties between designated scenic roads and wetlands or open water shall be zoned the lowest intensity allowed for their respective future land use categories. Now, I know it doesn't say density, it says intensity, but you know what it means. It's also repeated in the future land use element with almost the same identical wording. So 2 places in the comp plan, lowest intensity allowed between scenic road and open water, and in this case, this property is one of those locations for sure. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Lynn Bravo, Rosewater, 200 Ocean Crest Drive. I want to bring up a couple of points. One is we're talking about following our plans that exist. So what Dennis said about density, you are now building a house on 24/100th of an acre. Now, if we talk about density, 16 houses on 3.78 acres is pretty dense. They want to go back to their 14 townhouses that they say they have locked in, that's their choice. But this is not following the rule for less density, as Dennis also said. I'm also aware that if you look at the map or the drawings of their place, they are coming beyond the line the state says you can go no further. They're beyond that. And when we asked about that, they said, oh, the planning board said that's okay. I don't see how if there's a line the state draws that the county can make a judgment. That's got to go to the state to say, do you make any exceptions when it's beyond this line? It is beyond the line. And so I think that is also inappropriate. And I want to say one more thing. You grandfather things, and one of the things that we have to say is what was going on in 2006 and what is going on in the 2020s are so different. We've had hurricanes that are getting stronger and stronger. Those houses are almost on the beach. I don't know when we know about that you're going to have tidal waves. I don't even know how that is safe to do that. So I think that this plan is wrong in so many ways, and I would like to encourage the county, when they grandfather, to start to look to when that date was and what's going on now, because if they're different, just like Dennis Bear has pointed out, you've got to take that into consideration. So I think this plan should be voted down. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Just the,
Name, please.
my name's Jody Bollinger. I live at 5648 North Ocean Shore Boulevard. I know the developer has mentioned that he would restore the dune. So I guess my question is, when the next hurricane comes and washes it out, will he have to restore the dune, or will the county have to restore the dune? The other thing, Commissioner Dance said, would you rather have the townhouses or would you rather have the houses? I would say it's too bad they have to be built at all because, as Commissioner Hanson said, the property's going to flood again. Just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Next speaker. Seeing no one else, whoops. Yeah, come on.
Carol Scott, and I live at Lakeside, which is across the road from this disastrous plan. And I hope you received my email. And I won't belabor it as I speak to this. One of the things that I noticed that was mentioned tonight was a walkover. You must understand that the beach there in that area has eroded so much that Surf 3, which is the surf club closest to this site, cannot build a walkover. The ocean has eaten away so much of that area. And in this particular site, that I know Commissioner Hanson has seen it, and I appreciate so much that he has been out there. I don't know if you have. But you will notice that, and I don't think it was mentioned tonight, that there's quite a bit of leakage, oil leakage from various things that, well, probably the trailer park that was there for some years. And there, from what I understand, well, my son is a geologist, and he did a search. There has been no cleanup. There are no documents for a cleanup. So you've got that. You have so much, if you noticed on the pictures, everything is concrete. The road, the driveways. And I'm thinking of Houston. They concreted over Houston, and where did the water go? It went into the houses, and that's probably what's going to happen here in this case. So I urge you so much to vote this down. It should never have been approved in the first place, and I'm so sorry that it was. And I hope, as the previous speaker said, that maybe in the future we need to consider the fact that our county is vulnerable, so very much vulnerable of hurricanes that will come our way. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Next speaker.
Yeah, my name is George Macco. I live at 200 Ocean Crest Drive. The only thing I have to say, listening to the presentation, I'm back there trying to imagine the amount of fill that's going to bring in here. Aren't you just going to channel the water onto the neighbors? It seems to me that all you're doing is correcting their problem and creating a problem for all the neighbors. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name's William Jordan. I live in North Ocean Shore Boulevard. And just real quick, since it's getting late, One of the things that struck me, Mr. Mangle mentioned that this is very unique, which many of our zoning things seem to be, especially in the hammock. That this thing started in 2006. There was a chart that had 19 conditions that were supposed to be met for the developer to continue on. I guess from my perspective as a citizen, I would expect if they're coming and asking, the developer's coming and asking to move forward, they'd say, these were the previous conditions we had, this is how we've met them all, instead of, I think when I counted up there, out of the 19 conditions, there were 8 that were unclear, 1 that should have been occurred, and 5 that were assumed to have occurred previously, one of which is all permits from outside agencies need to be obtained. So before they come forward here, why haven't they done the groundwork to show that they know what's going on and this is how it will be successful? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Seeing no one approach, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board.
Yes,
Commissioners.
Floor?
Got it.
I think Mr. Bear was picking up on my tongue-in-cheek comment about PUD light. There's no such thing in PUD light. I'm going to be really kind, but we're making things up as we go. And I asked kind of tongue-in-cheek, which one do you like? Because they're completely different architectural looks, but one's permitted and can be built, the other one is under preview, under review. I feel like I'm trying to fix a bad design with a terrible design, and I don't think there's a legal basis for it either. To Al, I mean, I need additional clarification because what Mr. Bear said is there's 2 questions. One is about RC and special exceptions for residential. As what I've read, there is no such allowance for special exceptions for residential in an RC. So I don't know how we transfer the density and the conditions from a multifamily project to a residential single-family project. I have trouble with that translation when you can't permit a single-family project in RC without meeting the lot dimensional requirements.
Well, you are right. It is incredibly problematic. It is a product of the kind of procedure that occurred prior to this time. It's my opinion that they are not entitled to any number of single-family residential projects, and the board could make that conclusion. This is going to be a close one and a challenging question for the board, but it is a point well made.
I don't know that that was really specified in the staff report, that there were options. But that's what happens in a PUD. I mean, we have that discretion in a PUD.
Not here.
And Adam, we talked about the comp plan between bodies of water having to be low density, but the comment was made about a scenic highway in a body of water. So I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't want to put our
That's a condition
operator over here on the
that's in
spot.
writing.
Can we
That's
pull
a
up
condition.
MuniCode? Can I ask you to pull up MUNICODE.com? It's very telling, and it's that table that I think maybe everybody missed. MuniCode, MUNICODE.com. Then follow the link down to Flagler County. Once that comes up, the drag bar on the left-hand side, go down to the bottom, Appendix C, please. Then from there, Article 3. Still dragging down, thank you. And then down from there, 303.00. And then down to first, well, let's go to the R3 because board's just going to have to trust me on it that the RC special exception referred to the R3 requirements. And so then if you use that drag bar on the right-hand side, back down, we want to stay on the R3, but we want to look at the dimensional requirements that are there. The part that I want to draw to your attention is D3, minimum lot size per dwelling unit. I didn't write it, but I can read it. Unfortunately, it refers to that as lot size. That's what I was attempting to portray to you in that table that I provided. If we can go back to that, looks like we need to go back down quite a bit. Keep going down. We can certainly talk about what lot size means to others while we're here. We can have that debate if you'd like. If you go arrow down just a little bit more, you can see that, because that way we just leave it right there. And that way we have the 0 interior side setback. It says no minimum. You can certainly have something more. You can go down to a 20-foot wide minimum lot size. Clear text. I don't know who to, Mr. Hadid. It says lot size.
You can have lots on attached multifamily.
Sure could.
And that's
Sure could.
that's
I think that's the intent here,
absolutely.
but it does say lot size.
So answer the question about the lowest possible intensity in the comp plan. Is that
You're
from
here
a
with that.
scenic highway to a body of water?
We're back at 8 units per acre on the density here, maximum density. I can't address it. They were at 14 before. We collectively, this body, maybe not this body, had determined that 14 was appropriate. I'm letting you all arbitrate the 2 additional units.
Adam, can you bring
That
up
was the intent of why we're here.
the issue, because I think it's important about what our rules say about from a scenic road to the ocean, and this fits. It didn't, remember we had that argument over in the little farther south, and it didn't fit because there was a road in between in there, but this one fits with that special category that we have. And it said something pretty clear, and I don't remember what it was, about the density.
We can go to the comp plan, we can pull that up, but I'll contend to you, and I was a little surprised when I heard the quote made that this was an operational 16 units per acre, I think was what was said. We're at 3 acres and change. I don't see that. I don't see that it's 16 units per acre. I think you're working out to be somewhere around 5 or 6.
Yeah, it's not
Hearing
even
something
5.
different. And so that I don't know how that math squares up with how we do density. And certainly the comment, I won't dispute that. There's language in our comprehensive plan that refers to, and we can pull it up, I'm paraphrasing, I don't have it in front of me, but it's the, lowest permissible density within A1A and bodies of water. I stood before you in other cases and said that doesn't apply here. I would say that would apply here.
That's what I'm saying, it does apply here, but
But how did the 14 get approved?
bad group of county commissioners.
Or as part of the settlement. You know, we had a comment on the other application about
Part of
how
the
do we let
settlement.
beach walk happen? That was a settlement agreement. In this one, you have a bundle of sticks that you've been given that I think in this case is starting at 14. Your role as the arbiters here, to me, is those extra 2 units. We know that the RC allowed previously, through a special exception, the application of the R3 zoning dimensional requirements that are displayed. That's what it allowed. That's what I attempted to show in the table. It was a bit of an epiphany to me when it referred to it as lot size. I've never seen anything that refers to a multifamily project as having lot sizes. Multifamily in my world, in my limited zoning world, has always been a single parcel development under single ownership, developed with condos or apartments, but not with individual lots. That language is contrary to what I believe an R3 zoning district should be. That's attached townhomes then. That's single family. That's R1D. That's something different than multifamily. And that's something that caught me unaware until I read it here. And again, this is not an argument that was presented by the applicant. This is something that I looked at in our code. It's the plain text. And so this leads us, the RC special exception led us to this section that said you apply R3 when you're applying the multifamily. I do think there's hand-wringing here that's involved. It's difficult because I do see that inconsistency because we're going from RC special exception, R3 for multifamily being applied to then 2 other units as single-family residential subdivision. It's hand-wringing here that's going on. It's not easy. I looked just the same as everybody else and saw the 9,000 square foot minimum, but this is problematic. I can't tell you anything different.
And the only other parts that I'll just clarify, and that's why I preface this as, well, this is not an easy one.
No.
And I get the compromise that was sent to us.
Are you saying PUD light?
Well, no, I'm just saying I follow staff's plan. Don't necessarily agree with it, but I follow it.
Yes, sir.
And I do. I don't know why 2 extra units were proposed. That is unless it's the accommodations for the dune and the walkway that are playing into it. But I can't see why the additional 2 units. And if we're going to do PUD light, then try to at least adapt some of those internal green space requirements to it, which we don't even meet. We weren't even close. I don't know that I'm ready for this to be, for me personally, I can't get past the fact that we are taking a multifamily entitlement and applying it to a residential plan. I can't get past that. And it doesn't work for me. So the additional compromise, is just the number of lots and additional green space so that if we're trying to be a PUD, we emulate the PUD a little more closely. But it's then, from a legal standpoint, open up the challenges because I don't see how. I just don't know.
Leanne.
I think Dave wanted to say something. I don't want
Well,
to.
I'm just looking at what we just brought up. Well, just figure the square footage, the front yard, 25 feet minimum, you need a setback, backyard, 20 feet. If you take that away from the size of the house, that's 1,800 square feet. So that would leave you on a 2,000 square foot lot, the house could be 200 square feet. I mean, just if you just mathematically work these numbers right here. Now,
Can you go back to my presentation if you don't mind?
I mean, so I think there was a mistake. I think there's just a mistake in the.
So this was the graphic that I put together, and I didn't include the footnotes here. They're in your packet. But that's what I pulled in here, and I think I did it accurately. You were just referring to 25 feet and the 20 feet on the rear.
Yeah.
And so then the variances, if you will, the way that they're varying from the R3, 20 feet and 10 feet, so that for what it's
You're
worth.
still using up most of the 2,000 square feet, no matter how you cut that.
I won't defend that. Yes, sir. Understood.
So it doesn't, sometimes things just don't make any sense.
How about the issue of the CCL, coastal construction line?
Dr. Rosewater was correct. In order to build across a coastal construction control line, you have to go to DEP.
Right.
And that's how
And does this
that's how it works.
project go past it?
Yes, sir, it does. At least your seaward, you actually see it depicted here. So you can see the coastal building setback line. I won't use a laser pointer, but at the backside of lots 8 through 11, it refers to the coastal building setback line. That is your no-go line. You can't go seaward of that. And so they look just to the west on that side of the cul-de-sac, labeling at the top, coastal construction control line. So most all of 6, and then 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11,
They're all past it.
you have to go to the state. And so this isn't an uncommon process. Every one of our oceanfront lots, we go through this. We can, if you wanted to. You could say no more building seaward of the coastal construction control line. You could do that. You can make that policy decision. We should be ready for a takings claim from several landowners because we do these every day.
Well, I think I heard you say, so the applicant has to go to the state to
They will.
get permission to do this?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I don't want to make it sound, let me clarify that. It is not a rubber stamp, especially in light of the last events. So we've had very good interaction with DEP recently. They take this, I'd say, much more seriously than they have in any time I've worked with them. And so they are heavily scrutinizing this development now, any development that occurs seaward of the coastal construction control line.
Leanne, did you have something?
So, I mean, we're at 9 o'clock at night. I have more questions than I have answers. I hate looking, picking apart code, and trying to determine, wrapped up in a previous legal, matter. I have more questions than I have answers, and I don't know if this is a good time to say we need to continue this for the next night meeting and have more discussions with staff and legal, or if somebody here is ready to make a decision.
Well, I don't like it for several reasons. I don't like the 16th unit. I don't think that we need to cut that off so we at least get a decent setback. I don't like east of the coastal construction line. I just don't like that. I don't think it's smart. Why should we approve this when it's going to create problems for us? That's what I could look at. We're going to approve something that's going to cause us a lot of problems.
I'm willing to just say no, so we don't have to continue it.
Yeah.
Well, if we continue it, I think we need to give direction to the applicant, because we just can't be ambiguous. So I think legal issues are still prevalent in my mind, and I would take the next 30 days to have additional clarification from legal on how this, the possible objections to this and challenges if we are adopting the plan we're doing it. Otherwise, it's another settlement agreement, it's extended out.
We're back in court, yeah.
So I would give the applicant, if he's willing, more time to do it because there's, I think legally, I need clarification if this even comes back.
I think we have two options.
And I would owe that to the applicant instead of denying it to take additional look at it.
And I agree, because I think our two options are no, or come back in 30 days and with some specificity on some of these issues.
But personally, I think it's got to mirror, the starting point is mirroring the density of the prior development. I think if you're going to call it a PUD light, it needs to reflect more of the PUD requirements. I mean, you can't take the best of every option and try to create something because there's reasons some of those are put in there. The coastal construction control line is what it is. If you guys hold it to that, we need to start pulling our reserves a lot more because that will be a taking, and DEP gets to permit whether that is, and it's up to them then if it's allowable or not.
Yeah, if they say it's okay, then it's
But
okay with us.
it becomes the state issue. But I'm not at an approval or denial. I'll second the table, but I think everybody should give the applicant some clarification.
Oh, we need a motion. Can't just.
We did.
I think he just wants to clarify. I need to do an official motion.
Oh, I
but
thought you
yeah,
did.
look,
I'm
for
sorry.
clarification,
I didn't hear a motion.
I agree with Andy, and also, how I feel about the fire services piece of it on a 3-story with a 5-foot setback. So I'd like to make a motion. Motion to, hang on, let me pull it up here. To continue item 9C, the quasi-judicial application number 3339 till April 17th at 5 p.m.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to continue the quasi-judicial application 3339 to April 17th
5 PM.
at 5
I believe
PM,
that's the correct.
or as soon thereafter as we can deal with it. Everybody agree to that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no.
No.
Motion passes 4-1. Okay. County Administrator.
I don't have anything. I don't have anything, thank
That's
you.
wonderful.
County Attorney's Office doesn't have anything.
Very good. It's time for community outreach. This 30-minute time period has been allocated for public comment on items not of the agenda. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the commission. Speakers should approach the podium, identify themselves, and direct comments to the chair. Seeing no one come forward, I'll close community outreach. Commission reports. Mr. O'Brien, anything to say?
Not report, but I don't want to let go of my comments about TDC and wanting some more information about the flow of money into those different funds versus budget and future plans and all of that.
Ms. Sullivan, can you arrange that, to have a little briefing for us from your group?
I mean, we see it in the budget, but I just wanted to see it pulled out at some future point. Doesn't have to be, in the next 10 days or anything like that, but if somehow we could maybe have a little bit more information about that or presentation from Amy, or actually maybe from finance, from the budget. class.
And a piece of that that's kind of interesting is the percentage, how much money goes into each pot. That's an
And
interesting thing.
history.
Yeah, because we've moved that around a couple times.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, that's it, Mr. Chair, thank you.
This Saturday, come out to Cracker Day, have some really good barbecue out at the fairgrounds. It's that time again.
You're not going to go to the air show?
I'm going to do both.
Andy?
And make sure you say hi to my brother. He'll be out there helping cook.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Like him.
Okay.
Oh, no,
sorry.
not quite.
Go ahead,
Okay.
go ahead.
I took advantage of some educational opportunities immediately after our trip to Tallahassee, and I'll put together a slideshow I think would be helpful. But we took a trip to the Tall Timbers Ecological Sanctuary and did some prescribed burning, so I got to actually set some things on fire. But it's an amazing, amazing place. And so if there's ever an opportunity to take part in one of those there, I highly recommend it. And then sat through another 6-hour course on growth management, which the Institute for County Government is putting together that course for county commissioners and staff. So planning board members, I see this as when we get back to looking at our rules of procedure, instead of throwing a rookie planning board member to the wolves, I think we need to look at mandating a course like this, some training, and so that they've got a global review of growth management. It was very good. The professor that took it was very engaging, and I think it would be well worth it.
Was that organized through FAC?
Yes,
Oh, it
through
was?
the
Yeah.
ICG.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we got
Sullivan.
Warbirds also on Saturday.
Yeah, Warbirds
11 o'clock deal on that. Our trip to Tallahassee, I thought was very worthwhile, pretty well coordinated, thanks to the staff and Holly and Heidi for doing that. And we did have a Flagler County Cultural Commission, FC3 meeting on Friday, and that's going forward. It's a tough one to pull together, but it's making progress and the board's in place, and we're getting there.
How did the discussion go on the new building for that C3 in the town center?
You
Or
mean
is
the
that not
convention
part of it?
center?
Yeah.
We didn't, we're not at that
Not
point.
there
All
yet.
those are involved with bigger studies and all that. We're still trying to make sure we understand what we're doing there in FC3.
Yeah. I'll just comment again on the trip to Tallahassee. Thank you, Heidi, for putting that together, and Holly. That was really a great trip. We had a good conversation with Speaker Renner and a very good conversation with Senator Hudson. So it was time well spent. 3.5 hours there, 3.5 hours back for 2 meetings. So it was good, though. It was good. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
We're adjourned. Thank you.